Like, okay.
Hello, folks.
Yo.
So we're having pajama night.
Yes. It's rainy and
It
shitty
is.
outside.
Yes.
Cozy coven night.
And the power went off earlier, so things were a little wacky.
Yeah, things
Yeah.
got a little delayed. Hi, I wasn't planning on being here because I'm sick,
Yeah, you're in a house coat. We're all set.
but I'm
Yeah.
here. Yeah.
Nice.
Hey, Banshee.
Oh.
I know.
So I just found out Val wasn't coming. I just haven't checked my phone.
Yeah, you haven't.
I'm not great at that. So anyway,
Oh,
we're here
Sleeps don't shuffle well.
at 9:15 or 20 after 9, as the case
Yeah,
may be.
sorry.
Yeah. Look at my cool new playmat.
That
Finally
is
arrived from
frickin' awesome.
Kickstarter.
Who
People-
is it?
Looks really nice. It's a the card art is Deliver Unto Evil by Seb McKinnon. And it is Nicol Bolas, and you can't really see you can kind of see the gate watch. Here, I'll move it over. Here's the gate watch.
Yay!
Hello, Dragon Jam.
Hey, Dragon Jam. Did you get your card in the mail? I'm checking in.
Yay!
Asking
and
if you
for
got
Jordan,
your card in the mail.
certain person did not have his address in a certain thing.
Yeah,
So-
that's my fault.
No, it's not. It's his.
No, it's my fault. Yay!
Ugh.
We got another
Awesome.
card coming for you.
Woohoo.
Yes, so if you are on our Patreon, there's a drawing. Dragon Gem's the currently only one
Currently
in
the
drawing.
winner.
Yeah.
Dragon Gem won last month and won this month
Huzzah.
because they are only supporter at that tier. But
Yeah.
if anyone else wants to join, signed
So,
card.
While we're
Get
doing
a
that,
signed magic card. From
I have
the
I
artist.
have presents for people from Italy.
Ooh.
It's ridiculous.
Okay.
All right, so this.
We got
So
presents.
I met John Avon. John Avon's a lovely, wonderful human being. He's an awesome dude, and he's also a fucking awesome artist. But that said, I'm gonna change the view here to. So these are some of his tokens that he was nice enough to hand out to me,
Ooh.
and they are Tutu zombie tokens.
Ooh.
Ooh, fancy.
Pretty.
This is his agent Guy in a tutu. It's a tutu zombie token in a tutu.
Nice.
Oh, that's awesome.
Have some zombie tokens.
Yay! Thank you.
I need some zombie
These are
tokens.
cool.
So
I
yeah,
love-
Not
that.
for this deck.
but literally, John Avon put his agent on a card as a tutu zombie in a tutu.
Nice.
So that's amusing. And the other thing is for us here to eat.
I love it.
Open it.
They
Open
are,
it.
instead of gummy bears, they're gummy oranginas, because what else is more European than gummy oranginas?
Nice.
So, there we go.
Like,
Gummy oranginas it is, on this rainy November night.
yep.
And if I sound
They do taste like orangina.
and if I sound awful as the night goes on, I might stop talking. But I have what do I have? What did I say I had?
Sinus
Oh yeah, I have a sinus infection. I feel much better right now though. For now.
And what are you playing? Show. Oh.
Moroph. MOROPH.
It'll take a moment.
Yeah, there you go.
And then.
So we're playing Commander.
Yep, and here we go.
Oh, wait a
Sinus
second.
infections do suck, but I actually
Yeah.
sound like a human being now.
As me, I will be playing Thraximunder.
Okay,
I've rejiggered it. It is
Okay.
now with 100% more zombies.
awesome. So you're gonna be borrowing our zombie tokens you gifted to us.
I have my own zombie tokens.
Yes.
Alright, and then I believe, to my left, NPC will be playing Amorphon the Boundless.
Yep.
And what is it? It is an Artificer deck.
Yes. This is gonna go over well.
Artificer
I mean, I'm
Tribal.
probably going to die.
And then, yay, Jay Brary. So Jay Brary and I are both playing Grixis decks.
Yup.
And just so we all know what horribleness it flips into that.
Oh, wait a second. This is the deck that I lost to with the same deck because she basically said, buy all of your cards except for the bottom one. Damn it!
She ulted it on you?
It went for this deck too!
Yep.
Well, now it's your chance to come back.
Now you know who your target is.
Yeah. I don't know though.
I'm gonna have to fix this a little bit because that camera...
Were we playing with only 3
camera
people or
loop is
4
right
people
there.
then? Were we playing with 3 people or 4 people then?
3.
Hmm.
Yeah. This is
I
gonna
guess
go
I should
over
turn
well.
Val off tonight. Let's see, where is her little thingy?
Val is ill as well. So give your warm thoughts to Val and hope she gets better too.
The lake seems brighter than normal.
Yes, you guys look a little blown out. Let's
Yeah.
You know what? It's
Like, I look like I've got these weird pockets here.
it's
Yeah.
it's at con levels.
We're way too shiny. Thank you.
Oh, thank Pete.
I look like a human being again.
You have definition in your face.
I know.
There we go.
Okay,
Oh, these are pretty good.
that's better.
All right.
Alright.
Anybody want the big ones?
Not here. Your sinus infection-y. Like, those are nice and yellow for you.
Blue
I
or
want
black?
purple or black. Down one.
I'll
Yay.
take white.
Purple. Yay.
The white ones show up nice on the stream, especially on the black one.
Who said I was nice?
Alright, shall we roll to go first?
The big fun ones, though, are like, can definitely see what, like,
11.
by throwing it at my arm.
Hey.
Playback is
12.
by throwing it at you.
Let's see how you are.
2.
All right, I am last, and NPC is first.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to eat one of these and put them away.
Yep.
Everybody take one more. I'll bring them back out later.
Yoink.
Well, when we were at IlluxCon, which we had a blast at.
And you
by the
all
way.
watched the interview that we posted last week with Scott Fisher, right? Anyway.
Yeah. I brought some gummy tummies, or gummy spider gummies, spider candy.
I'm like, gummy tummies, what the hell is that?
Sorry,
Fine,
gummy tummies.
I can play
is
this.
One of the things. It's just one of the brands of gummies that Trader Joe's sells. Anyway, gummy candies from Trader Joe's
Yeah.
that were Halloween themed.
Cool.
And all of those got devoured
Oh, yeah.
before the rest of the chocolate or anything else.
Artists eating candy? What?
Yeah.
Lots of candy.
There's some new emotes made for winning
Okay.
iron slots.
I can play this.
Awesome. Drawing a card.
I am noticing a distinct lack of a Manhattan in front of me, but that can wait.
Well, you
Playing
can
an
fix it.
island. I'm tapping an island, and look, a soul ring.
Sure. Go ahead and post a link, Dragon Gym. That's fine.
And you know what? I'm gonna play this, but it's not actually gonna do shit for
If
me forever. But like
Oh wait, that's one of the new commander cards. What is it?
Endless Atlas.
You have to have 2 of the same lands. 3.
3. That's not gonna happen for a while.
That thing.
So it's just an artifact that's hanging out there.
What is it doing?
No.
Just heck.
You only get it once. You can watch, and you like mimic. Go ahead, pass turn.
In my bathroom.
I'm a little tired.
Terramorphic Cracket.
Neat.
What's that? Huh? Commission some new emotes. Here's some of them dead. Aww, I love those.
Yes, nice.
And what are they? Dragon Gym, what are they for?
Alright.
Emotes
What are you doing?
for when
Oh,
you
you
earn
just-
slots?
Are you just
Terramorphicing.
Shall I go?
Yeah. Let's see what I need here.
Emotes for Twitch. Nice.
For Twitch.
Rocky Tar Pit.
I love them. They were
Tapped.
adorable. And I love
Doing
them.
anything else?
Comes in tapped.
I see.
Rocky Tar Pit.
Tap. A peep. Draw. Okay.
So yeah, you have to earn a certain amount of subs to get more emote slots. Yeah, the artist did do a great job.
Who is the artist? If you want to plug him, might as well.
Oh, I posted the link already.
You did.
Nice.
Series
games?
So
Dead. Heart.
Pie in the face.
I will
Hi.
play a Grim Backwoods.
Cool.
And then I'm going to tap 4.
Oh, this is not good.
Oh yeah. It's very bad.
Play Thopter Spy Network.
Yep. Top.
Oh, no, I can't.
Yeah, you don't have 2 blue.
I can't read my card.
Oh,
And I showed my hand too early.
it's fine.
I think we've seen the Thopter Spy Network before in this deck.
Pass turn. I should probably actually read and pay attention to my cards.
Yes, you should actually read your cards.
RTFC.
Also, I may have put back this hand.
So this is the card I'm going to draw. I'm going to get started on cracking that. It untaps and I'm going to crack it on my turn.
Oh, okay. Fine.
Throne of Geth, go.
What does that do?
Tap, sack, an artifact, proliferate.
Can it sack itself? No. You
Yeah.
wouldn't sack itself.
You can if you need to
Can.
plus proliferate to win.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about
That's
to
what
say.
I'm going to search for. Alright.
That's really cool, Dragon Gem.
So, I draw the card I said I was going to draw.
I'm still thinking about how cool it
I
is.
sack that. I do not want to play that untapped because I don't want to take damage. I play a Watery Grave tapped and I pass my turn. So did everyone have an opportunity to watch me have my ass soundly trounced by Gavin, the person who designed Commander 2017 and 2018?
Yes,
I did.
So,
It's funny.
I did too.
Mindslaver's a horrible thing.
Yeah.
For some reason, I decided I was going to pay my entire life total for a Toxic Deluge.
As you do.
Elixcon was awesome
You wanted Gavin to win.
too. Right, exactly.
Okay. Let me make sure I'm reading my card properly.
So yes, Elixcon was freaking amazing. If you ever have the opportunity, you should go because literally you can just sit in a hallway and watch the artists walk by and talk to them. It's really that easy.
Did you watch the interview with Scott Fisher that we posted?
I did mirror work.
Exactly. Mirror works. So whenever an artifact comes in, you can copy it for 5?
2.
2. It's 5 to cast. Let's take a look at that. That's gonna come back to haunt us all game.
Not yet.
Well,
because
yeah.
my poor planning.
So that thing. Hey, look, and it's a John Avon.
Pass turn.
Oh, thanks. You watched all of
Oh,
us.
thanks, Dragon
Cool.
Gem.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember you
Yes.
commenting a few
You were
times.
in. And asked questions. So
Yeah,
thank
yeah.
you for your participation.
Indeed.
Large coffee.
Crypt of the Eternals, Gain of Life.
Nice.
Let's see.
Crypt does not come in tapped,
It
correct?
does not.
That playmat is freaking awesome. It looks gorgeous on the stream too.
I know.
It's so cool. Bolus is eating everyone.
What do I do? What do I do?
They all look so subservient. Like, oh, please don't eat me, Mr. Bolus.
Yeah.
It's like, too bad. I will eat you.
3.
Because I can.
An Oath of
fucking dragon.
Jace.
Yeah.
When an Oath of Jace enters the
let's
battlefield,
pull that
draw
out.
3 cards, then discard 2 cards. Discard 2 cards.
Slouching.
That's it?
I'm like slouching.
Aw.
Alright, I'm gonna discard an
Superman.
island and an Is It Locket.
You got it.
And pass turn.
Alright. Untap. Upkeep. Draw. I will play a Swamp. Tap all 3 for a Phyrexian Arena and pass turn.
What does that one do again?
During my upkeep, I draw a second card and lose life.
Okay. I don't like that card. You with more cards is terrible.
Really? And you doubling your artifacts is not is a great thing?
You know.
Oh, this is the new art. There's the old art.
You're done.
Yes. So that is the card I played with the old Pete Ventures art. The new art is pretty cool, though. Who did the new art? Svetlana Villeneuve. No. Yes.
Yeah, I probably should have read things. I'm boned at the moment. Pass turn.
Alright.
I should not
Tap.
honestly admit that, but it'd be pretty obvious leaving that much mana open.
Draw.
Sigh.
Oh wait, hold on.
Do you have 2 blue? Why didn't you just play the...
I don't have 2 blue. This
Oh,
is
it's a
not-
forest.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought it was 2 eyes.
Colorblind.
Well, at the
Someone
beginning,
made me turn the light down.
at the beginning of my upkeep, I was supposed to scry X, where X is the number of planeswalker I control. I don't control
Yeah.
any, so I didn't do that.
Sure.
FYI, I just went ahead and drew.
Yep.
Oh, look at your elbow. NPC's
Oh.
right elbow.
Yeah, it's like, hello.
No, your right elbow. It's actually straddling screens.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
that was weird. Although my coffee is here, so it's like,
Let me see if I can get rid of that.
Won't this song get us booted?
Nah, not really.
always say that, and then we
And it
disappear.
does, yeah, and then we disappear. Alright, I will go to the next song. Shush! Shush! I don't know what you're talking about, Nine Inch Nails.
Honor Warren Shaku. That's 1 to my mana pool. I can tap and untap legendary permanent I control to untap Honor Warren Shaku.
That thing.
Yep. And, pass turn.
Alright. Untap,
It-
keep, draw.
Looks like a paddle?
It does look like a paddle
Yes, it does.
for the beatdown that's about to happen. Look at all this I have on board to beat you down with.
I know,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I'm in that reality as well.
Probably Metropolis tapped, and...
Did you lose a life?
Oh, I didn't draw a
so
second
far?
card. Haha, thank you.
I shouldn't be telling you, but this is a friendly game.
Exactly. That
So-
tapped, and those 3.
Losing a life.
Hello, Jordan.
Zombie Master!
Thank you for joining us. We are Covet MTG. If you're new to our channel, thanks for joining us.
Yes.
Playing Commander.
What does the zombie master do? Again?
It gives all zombies Swamp Walk and 1 black regenerate.
That's bad.
Great. It needs to die.
By the way,
Yeah.
all zombies anyone controls.
Oh.
Oh, wait, hold on. That was probably retcon. This is the old, like,
Are you
revised
gonna make
version of
me
the card.
zombies?
Hold on. It's the revised version of the card. Let me check.
So this channel is about playing Magic the Gathering and talk to people. Basically.
Yep.
Do you play?
Oh, so they did retcon this card is actually a zombie. So it says Lord on the old cards. So here's what the old card looked like. Let's see.
Summon Lord, I see.
Yep, there it is,
Yeah.
revised edition. So that's what I played.
Yeah.
All zombies that play games. So this used to be a Lord. They finally said, you know what? It's stupid that that's not a zombie.
Oh,
Yeah.
I got to meet that artist.
It's definitely not
Jeff?
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh yeah. Yeah, Jeff's awesome.
No, it's not Yu-Gi-Oh, but
It's Magic the Gathering.
It's Magic the Gathering. I guess it's similar to playing Yu-Gi-Oh, but it predates Yu-Gi-Oh.
Too old for Magic? I don't know.
Are you done?
I'm 40 something.
Yeah.
All Are you done?
Yes, I am passing my turn. And did you lose me my life? Thank you so much.
I did.
Thank you for
Gosh,
having me lose
dang
my
it,
life.
this is not what I wanted. No.
We're gonna die to zombies.
I think I am.
We're gonna die to zombies.
I hope so.
No planeswalkers yet, so I don't scry. I draw.
It's like, meh. I really should have paid attention.
Is it Guildgate?
Hey, Nigel.
Okay, everyone's okay.
For some reason, we're getting a bunch of new YouTubers tonight, so thanks.
I have Saheeli in play.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And we're having, some of us are a little under the weather, so in solidarity, we're all wearing bathrobes and pajamas.
Yes. Yes.
The DM abides.
Yeah, so the Witchcraft Voodoo is actually playing Magic the Gathering.
I don't know if you consider that.
Yeah, I mean, we do summon demons, cardboard demons.
Cardboard demons?
And zombies, like...
Alright.
Did you...
What are you doing over there,
I'm
Jay
making
Bray?
a Thopter, no, a Servo. I played
Who is-
Saheeli the Gifted, and I'm making a Servo.
Oh, wait, hold on. So, Saheeli the Gifted, and you're ticking it up to make a servo?
Yep.
You got it. So, I'm literally playing against a bunch of artifacts over there?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Pass turn.
Alright, untap, upkeep,
Can
draw,
you
I
predict the
lose a
lottery
life.
numbers?
I hope so. If you do, tell me what they are.
I wish we'd have a much better studio.
I know, right?
Like,
Who's Richard Rowlings?
yeah, I don't know.
I don't know what that is.
Alright, let's start it off with fun. Call to the grave.
Don't leave me, Jordan. However, I left you a like. Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thanks.
Alright.
Thanks.
Things about to get real.
So I have played a Call to the Grave. At the beginning of each player's turn, they sacrifice a non-zombie creature.
Great.
If there are no creatures in play at the beginning of a turn, or at the end of a turn, I sack the enchantment.
Okay.
Pass turn.
Well, I guess that's the only good news for having nothing.
Well, I'm gonna try to keep things down, keep things tapped down a little.
I see.
Oh no.
But it
I'm gonna
also
have to
means
start
you, but you don't have any
discarding.
non-zombies.
Right, everything in my deck is a zombie.
Yeah.
Except for the Archfiend of Depravity. Everything's a zombie.
Oh, God.
This is
I
about to
hate
get
that
bad.
card
Pass
so
turn.
much.
I'm about to have to say.
Alright.
Like,
What do you
What
need,
color do
a
you want?
land?
What color do you want on top?
red
Oh my God.
or white. Like, probably red.
Is.
Like,
Red is on top.
It's bad.
Alright, so at the beginning of my
Friends.
upkeep, I have to sack a creature, right?
Beginning your upkeep, you sack a creature. A non-zombie creature.
Zervo. Beginning my upkeep, I scry number of planeswalkers, so I scry 1.
So wait. Okay. At the beginning of.
Yeah, I guess
the
I'll keep
end
that on
step,
top.
if no creatures
I draw.
are on the battlefield. Oh.
So if you kill my creatures, it goes too.
Oh, okay. Now that makes more.
So it's a Call to the Grave, and if there's nothing for the grave to suck down, then it goes away.
Okay.
I'm just enjoying the stream, Nigel and Jordan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
It'll be okay, Nigel. You'll be fine. Just
We're-
don't
we're-
read the comments on YouTube.
Yeah, just don't read the YouTube comments. You'll be
And
all
don't be
right.
that person who becomes the comments that people don't want to read on YouTube.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Alright,
There's
I'm
a
gonna
comment section?
take this up to 6. And, going to... So,
Dang,
one
I'll
less
actually
for
be
each
able to play
artifact I
something.
control. So 1, 2...
So I was trying to find another in the long string of wholly inappropriate card backers, or card sleeves in Italy. And of course, the only ones I could find were also the anime ones.
oh, yeah.
It's always the anime ones.
Yeah.
Like, come on, do you really need a hentai sleeve for your deck?
Jace, Unraveler of Secrets.
Would that be Slivers? Or...
Slivers would be the magic hentai deck.
Or... Like...
Eldrazi, since they're really
you're
tentacled.
right, yeah.
All elders. Yeah.
Alright.
Jordan, no, I am playing...
Holy crap.
Believe it or not, it just plays zombies.
The planeswalkers have exploded.
Yes.
Like...
Alright, so Jace goes up to 6. So I scry
What does Jace do? Can you
and
bring
draw a
up?
card.
Can you bring up her Jace?
Which one did she play?
Jace, Unraveler of Secrets.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll scry, I drew it.
That one.
Yes.
And then whenever an opponent casts the first spell, counter it. Oh, sorry, I should bring that up. That
Yeah.
one.
That one.
Nicol Bolas and his amazing friends.
Yep. That's what we're playing.
Super friends.
Yep.
They're
Are any of them
super-
prepared to go ult next turn?
It has,
I don't care
This has to be
yeah.
7. This
Jordan,
has to be 8.
I'm
This has to
playing
be
5
7.
colors.
So I took this up to 4.
Uh,
Scry 1, and everyone take
Not
a point
so
of damage.
successfully.
everybody take a point.
Yep,
Alright.
I'll keep that on top.
We'll go through. I am playing Thraxamundar.
And I pass my turn.
And hold up your commanders.
I'm playing Morphon. Where?
There, right there.
There. There we go. Morphon.
I'm playing Nicol Bolas.
And you pass turn.
Yes.
1,
Okay, what does she do again?
2.
So Scry 1 deals 1 point of damage to each opponent.
I need that.
Create a token that's a copy of target artifact creature, except its artifact. Artifact or creature I control its artifact in addition to its other types. It gains haste, exile at the beginning of next end step. And then -7 is search my library for 3 artifact cards with different names, put them on the battlefield and shuffle.
Relentless Dead.
What
And
does Relentless Dead do?
Undead Augur. Oh lord, let's bring that up.
Yes, please.
And,
It's all bad.
well yeah, but I'm just going to start attacking Planeswalkers with Swamp Walk now.
I know.
So you probably want to leave me alone for a little bit.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I meant NPC. So hold on, let's bring up Relentless Dead.
And the other one you played.
Alright. So, Relentless Dead is a 2/2 zombie with Menace. If it dies, I can pay X to return it to my black to return to my hand. And when it dies, I can pay X to return another zombie creature I control with mana cost X from my graveyard to the battlefield.
Yep.
Ooh, I love that art.
It's gorgeous.
That is
Ryan E.
fantastic.
And the other card I played was the Undead Augur from Masters.
Thanks, Jordan. Oh, yeah, that one.
So if another zombie I control dies, I lose draw a card and lose a life.
Yep.
And that's everything.
Now I kind of wish I
And I'm
had
gonna
played
hit-
Teysa.
I'm gonna hit Jace for 2.
Okay.
And I got a pass turn.
Okay. Gas, I wonder what I have next.
Could it be a mountain?
It is a mountain. How are you a mind reader?
I couldn't possibly tell you.
I have no clue. Okay, so I can actually play a thing, which is good. And a filter, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. Okay, I'm just gonna tap these. Okay, and I will play a Thopter Engineer.
Yay.
And it has haste. Please hit. I gotta look at your planeswalkers.
It doesn't have haste, it creates a token that has haste.
haste.
Yeah.
Which is fine.
So alright, let's see. What is Saheeli's ult? Top left Saheeli.
Steely's ult is for each artifact I control, create a token that's a copy of those tokens, gain haste, exile them at the beginning of the next
Okay.
end step.
What is the other Saheeli's ult?
-7, search your library for up to 3 artifact cards of different names, put them onto the
Hit that
battlefield,
one.
then shuffle your library.
That one?
Hit that one, please.
Okay. I mean, that one needs 7. The other one's at 6.
And yeah, but I mean, Who
This
cares?
is at 4.
Who cares if she makes copies of artifacts? She has one Is it a legendary artifact you have?
I have these 2 artifacts.
All
She's got a
artifacts
proliferate
legend?
artifact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I've got, unless she wipes the board, I've got 6 damage. If she wipes the board, then we're all kind of screwed.
Well, which one do you want? I have no choice.
I would go after the Saheeli that lets her take 3 artifacts and puts it in
Fine.
play.
One.
Yes.
Okay.
I wonder which one
I
I'm
go?
going to sacrifice. Yes.
Yeah. You could have made a copy of the Thopter, you know.
No, it's a token.
Non-token?
Yep.
Nah.
So,
Oh well.
such is such.
Whee, I'm fixing my camera. Let's turn off Val's face since she is not here.
Wait, hold on. Let me do that. Alright,
The real victory is that Diablo 4 is about to come out. Oh yes.
7.
I can't wait for
Oh, wait, hold
Diablo.
I only play 2 creatures, right? 2 and 2.
Love. Yes. I didn't understand why you tapped that too.
Because I'm dumb.
Okay. I mean, I normally have to count your mana to be like, you
Alright,
need...
so I have another enchantment in play, Tainted Ether. Whenever a creature comes into play, its controller sacrifices a creature or land.
You got it. No.
Oh no.
Is that good for you?
Yeah, it is.
Oh no. Oh wait, yeah, that is good for you. That's not good.
As soon as I'm going to start sacking things, and everybody's going to have to start sacking permanents as I do.
Oh great.
Maybe later. We'll see. Coven
Wait,
Diablo.
Now, what do you have out now?
Nothing
that
right now.
will do that.
Nothing right now.
Although he looks at his hand. Like, oh. Well, this might be a fast game, and then we could play something else.
Indeed.
I should have played that in a different order. Oh well.
Nico Bolas, Loot Pinata.
Alright. Okay.
Now I want a Nicobolas Pinata.
One black, one colorless for a Nightscape Familiar.
What does
Yep.
that do?
It's a zombie that makes blue and red spells, 1 less, and it regenerates.
Yep,
And it's the only thing she has to sack next turn.
that is true.
Wait,
So
don't
maybe
you
not
have
my
to
s-
sack though? When a
Not
creature.
until her next
No.
turn.
Whenever a creature comes into play, yeah, I do actually.
So,
Oh right, you have to sack
because
it.
it
Yeah.
doesn't say
When it
opponent.
sacrifices a creature or a land.
You can kill a land.
Nah. Oh well.
Do you want to?
Do you want to take that? Just take that back. Yeah,
Yeah.
just leave it in your hand. Unless you need it in the graveyard or the play for some reason.
Well, I'm willing to let you walk it back. We've
No,
had an
yeah,
evening.
I can bring it.
These
It's
are-
it's in my graveyard now. I can bring it back when it's
I did
more
not read
feasible.
my cards
Sure.
to figure
I'll just-
out
I'll
that I
just
did
leave it
not
there.
have the colors I needed.
I'll just
Right.
leave it there. I gotta tick up all my stuff though.
I gotta tick up all my
I
stuff.
gotta tick up all my stuff. I already ticked up that. Alright, so I'm going to tick this up to 5. Scry. And draw a card. I'm gonna take it in my hand. I'm gonna tick this
Keep checking on the birdies. Since I'm not home.
2, 4. Everyone take a point of damage. I'm gonna scry.
5.
Yeah, I'll keep that.
I'm gonna go down to 4 on my
Top.
turn.
Well, I
I-
think
We're
we're
done.
going down one more.
We just
we
did.
will. We did.
Yeah, you just did. I didn't
Okay.
play a land this turn, so I played mountain.
You got it.
Um,
I love that Lycobolus Loot Pinata. That's just gonna make me
Yeah.
chuckle all night.
Yeah.
and go.
Alright, down to
Nicobolus
4.
Loot Pinata.
Untap. Deep draw. 1, 2. Alright. Fuck it. 1, 2. Okay. Like 4, 5. I'm gonna play a Gray Merchant. You guys lose 11. I gain 22. I will sacrifice the Gray Merchant.
And
then
I
I'll
need
put
to
it
know
on
what...
Can you...
Yeah, can you
Don't
explain
do that
Oh,
quickly.
sorry. Gray
Yeah.
Merchant.
Yeah, can you pull it up?
Yeah.
Let's Gary.
Yeah, I know it does something bad, I just don't remember. So.
We would like to see the
I'm
more
sorry, I'm typing in Gary.
Yeah, that's not how that works.
Or it's Gray.
It's
Gray.
No.
I'm bad with the keyboard tonight.
Oh my god.
There we go.
Alright.
All
So, when it enters the battlefield, each opponent
2,
loses
3,
X
4,
life.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 Devotion to Black.
Okay.
So you each lose 11.
Okay.
I gain 22.
Okay.
Okay.
I have 56.
And that's 30.
Alright. 1, 2. Oh, I need one more black, so let's do it this way. And I think...
So that
I'm
was
gonna
5 mana.
Yep, I think I'm going to sacrifice the Gray Merchant to the Ether.
Yep.
It's now in the graveyard. I'm going to kill Jace, 6 Swamp Walk,
Okay.
and I'm going to pass turn.
Okay. It's upkeep that something gets sacked.
Yeah.
Okay. Doctor! And then I'm gonna draw.
Oh, and a zombie died, so I drew a card and lose a life. And I have to discard a card.
Sigh.
I think I'm going to discard a Midnight Reaper. Yeah. So, Midnight Reaper and Gray Merchant in the graveyard. And lots of tap zombies.
Both of you guys have horrible things that I can't do shit.
If I had one more mana, I could play Thraximunder and kill another Planeswalker next turn.
Kind of wish I hadn't played that Tainted Ether.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do, by the way.
We live and we learn.
We live and we learn.
By dying.
I'm gonna
Yep.
just remember earlier when I played this land. Oop.
No. I don't remember you playing that land.
Did you play that land?
2 turns ago.
Okay.
Definitely announce it and pull it up.
Sorry.
Because
That's
the
why,
way you tried to play that one turn.
right. That's
if
why.
we hadn't
Well, and that's why
stopped you.
That's why I was making a big deal about what I'm putting in my graveyard. So
Yeah.
just want you to be aware that things in my graveyard can go back to the top of my library.
And the Gray Merchant was a zombie?
Yes.
How many cards do I have in hand? I have 7. I'm unfortunately, like, there aren't good options here because if I do the one, well,
The problem is,
if I play the creature that I have, which will be able to do something, I'll, like, end up having to sack this and then it's a vicious cycle. So
is it an artifact?
It is. But I don't have
can't
enough
copy
to, yeah. So if I could copy it,
Well, the
then
problem
I'd
is you
sack-
can't play a creature because you have to sack it to the ether.
So, no,
Or you can
I've
sack
got
that,
this.
right.
But, like,
or
the
land.
issue is
Or land.
the whole
Or
point-
land,
Oh, yeah, okay. That...
Yeah,
no.
No.
So I question your decision to put this thing in the deck, in a 5-color deck. I question your decision to put that in there.
Poor life choices. Anyways, past turn.
Alright.
It's a poor life choice.
It's
I
not
make
a
them.
poor life choice. It's a poor life choice.
It is.
Okay, so the beginning of my upkeep, I scry
poor
You have no
like
creatures
two.
to sack, right?
No.
Okay.
Scry
Just out of
2.
curiosity, how many creatures do you have in the deck?
More than 4.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I couldn't... Because I didn't want to spend all the money on all the really expensive planeswalkers
That spit out
for
creatures
this
and other
deck.
things.
Yeah, I mean, I do have planeswalkers that spit
I
creatures.
gotcha.
Okay, I'll keep those on top. I draw.
I think you should play small.
No.
They are not gonna play a swamp.
I think.
This is lovely. I like playing in my bathrobe. And I like being the DM dude.
Alright, well,
abides.
I will tick this up to 8.
Although I will say guys have different standards for what they can get away with as presentable than lady folk do.
Oh, forgot to untap.
Then again, if it wasn't so damn hot in here, I'd roll up in a Snuggie.
If I mean, the heat hasn't been on since literally before the power
So that
outage.
could be me if Mike's here going, maybe I'm coming down.
Jay Berry, are you gonna
What?
fuck with my library, or should I get started on my Vampiric Tutor now? Like, are you gonna make me shuffle my deck or anything, or put stuff into my graveyard, or?
No. Kazmina Enigmatic Mentor.
Alright, let's see what that does.
Spells your
We have
opponents
to pay one.
cast that target a creature or planeswalker
That one?
plus 2 or more to 2 more to cast.
I like her.
Yep.
She's cool.
Target a creature, planeswalker. Okay, cool.
I guess I'll do the thing even though it'll die. I'll minus it. And then
So
it goes down to 3.
And that doesn't count as playing a creature, so that's cool.
Yep.
It doesn't not
No.
You didn't cast it. It
comes
came
into play.
Oh,
it says
comes
to-
in. Oh, yeah.
Into play. It
Yeah,
does count.
don't do that.
it.
No, but I get to draw a card and discard a card.
Oh, you wanna?
Oh,
Gotcha.
okay.
Yeah, let me look for options
Yep.
here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you're sitting pretty if you can
Yeah.
wipe the board. I'm gonna get started on a tutor.
Okay. I
Draw a card.
shouldn't say this out loud, but I can't really do anything to stop it.
Discard a card.
Because if I could, I would have stopped certain other things from coming into play.
You're probably gonna yell at me for discarding this, but I feel like I don't have a choice. I don't know. Otherwise, you might choose 2 of them.
Swamp
Oh
block.
yeah, that one.
Swamp block.
Uh,
I'm not gonna do it though.
because I'm sure you have something worse.
It's not
Like,
gonna be that. Let me see what else.
like, I'm sure the reason you are not doing it is there's another awful fate that will kill both of us.
There is.
So,
There are many awful fates in the zombie deck.
although I may play
Oh
this.
yes.
I may play this deck again so that I can actually pay attention on my first draw.
Well, no,
I'm
I'll get
also
rid of that.
gonna look. Where
No
did I
one
put
saw
my
it.
deck box?
What?
My deck box.
And that goes on top, and I paid 2 life.
Because I'm an idiot, and or just
Wait,
because
how
I
does it go
played a Tainted
on-
Either.
I pay 2 life. I get a
Okay,
card,
you
and it
pick
goes
the
on top,
one.
and it's the thing I draw.
Fine.
Yeah.
Whew.
Alright, I'll tick this up to 5. Everyone lose a point of damage. I scry. Okay, I'll leave that on top. And
I mean, I could probably look at my sideboard cards and be like, let me just switch out Endless Atlas after this
alright,
game.
and I'm gonna do this now.
Are we wiping the board?
No, we're not wiping the board. Tap all your creatures, they don't untap.
During my next untap phase.
Yep.
You got it.
And I pass my turn.
My creatures do not untap, which is unfortunate.
I don't think he's
1,
gonna kill us with creatures.
2.
though.
No.
Well, he's gonna
gonna
mess
try.
more with my, planeswalkers.
Smoldering Marsh comes in tapped unless I control 2 or more basics. Unfortunately, I do not. Let's fuck it. Let's do it. I'm gonna play a Solemn Simulacrum, search for land, and I'm gonna sack the Solemn Simulacrum to the thing and draw a card.
Okay.
Sad robot. And that's the Donato sad robot?
That is the Donato Sad Robot.
By the way,
Swamp comes in tapped.
my Spore Frog family is in the mail.
Oh, yay.
Happy to report.
Did you get the... Did you
Yeah.
get the good price?
Yeah.
Good.
Does it come intact? Yeah.
Although
So,
we
yeah,
should
we-
still decide if we're going to, like, the Command Fest.
Yeah, we might go to the Command Fest that's coming to the DC metro area. If anyone else is planning on going, you might be able to see us there.
Alright, cool.
Okay.
So we met Donato over the HelixCon weekend.
Let's
Came
get
by the
Sonic
table while we
Twins.
were playing.
Yep. And he talked. We'll eventually have
Should we edit that video together?
Yes, I should. Well, I edited. It took me an hour, but
To
I
do
got
Scott
the
Fisher.
Scott one together, and it's. I mean, the audio's good, but
Yeah.
the video's a little. It starts a little early, and it's whatever.
Yeah, it's fine.
But yeah, no, we've got Donato Giancola, Dave Palumbo, Chris Burdett. Who else? Mark Zug. It's probably not usable because he didn't want to sit in the hot seat, so the microphone's pointed directly away from him.
Yeah.
We'll see how it
I'll
went.
see if that audio is usable.
Yeah.
I
Who
mean,
else?
they could
Ralph
hear.
Horsley.
Ralph
But they
Horsley,
could
yeah.
hear. Ralph
No,
was
because
great,
I
though.
changed the microphone to point right at that seat the second night to make it better.
I
Oh,
understand,
gotcha.
but if they heard him while we were streaming,
True.
there's got to be something salvageable
This is true.
there.
Yeah.
Trying to decide how bad I want this land, or if I want to cycle. I'm gonna cycle. You know, I'm not gonna live much longer, so I'm cycling
Yeah.
Tranquil Thatchet to draw a card. Okay, that was not useful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
I don't know.
6, 7, 8. Now I have 8 not useful
Alright.
cards.
Well, if she's got the Deep Blow Skate, we're done here. If she doesn't, then, we get another turn.
Okay, well, I've got to decide which one I want to discard.
You're gonna laugh at what I discarded.
What did you discard?
Flux Channeler.
Yeah.
It didn't seem like it was gonna do me much good.
So we're gonna find out if this is in your hand.
Yep, this Artificer is going.
Oh, and I did not draw the card from the thingy.
Lose a life. Not that it matters.
No, it was from this when it died.
Oh. Okay.
My turn?
Yes. Had an unproductive hand. But
You have
that's
an
okay.
unproductive hand. I have
Although this
a
card's
series
pretty.
of bad decisions.
Don't worry, folks. He'll murder us soon,
Yep.
and we can play
Or-
a new game.
Or Jayberry will get that card and all of her planeswalkers will go off.
No.
But why aren't you doing this? Wouldn't that?
Because she
You
wants to
could
play
sack
things.
that?
And yeah.
Because I needed the mana.
Oh.
That's why.
Okay.
Oh wait, I forgot. Shit. Alright, let me put this back. I'm gonna enter it, so
You're gonna
beginning my
scry.
upkeep I scry 2. 3.
3, yeah.
That should.
Two.
That she's
Just
3
three.
planeswalkers. Got it.
Yeah,
Because
3
she played
planeswalkers now.
Kazmina.
Yep.
Although people look at the back of my
Alright.
Here, wait for it.
And I can get rid of any of them?
It's so cute.
What do you mean?
Put them on the bottom or what?
Yeah.
Or
You
just-
scry.
Yeah,
you-
you're
which-
scrying. You
You
can.
scry. Basically, you scry 3. You look at the top 3, put them back in any order, and the ones you don't like, put on the bottom.
Yeah.
Alright.
So you want that one, put the other 2 on the bottom, or those 2 and put the other one on the bottom, or whatever.
Yep. Alright, so then I draw.
Uh-huh.
And then... Okay. With 2 artifacts.
Phyrexiander is not in play.
But you're like creeping him.
No,
forward.
if you look at the stream, I actually... You know how sometimes you get the really cool reflection off the foil? So I have this crazy-ass red reflection off the foil on Phyrexiander in the stream.
Blood. Actually, it's supposed to be fire.
It is. Who is it? It's Raymond Swanland, of course.
By the way, while we're waiting, which one of these cards should I replace this card with?
How much mana artifact do you have in there? Oh, that. Definitely that.
I was
And then
thinking
this. If you find another substitution. This is really good in that deck.
I mean, I do have a lot of non-creature artifacts. But you're saying this would be the top vote?
Yeah.
Because that would have actually been really useful
Super helpful.
right now.
Yeah, that card is super helpful.
Because then I could cycle
In
through.
any, yeah, I mean,
It would have been like,
Alright.
wow, this is shit.
Then I'll go ahead and do this. 1,
plus you often want
2.
you often want an artifact in the graveyard.
Oh yeah, because I have the enchantment where it's like, if you have 15 artifacts in your graveyard.
Alright.
Did you put a Hollow Helios? No, never mind. It's
Alright. Put that down to.
it's not Hollow Helios Generosity. That's for enchantments. The one for
I create a wizard, it dies.
Wizard!
I draw a card and then discard a card.
Wizard.
You draw into an answer.
Mm,
Now I'm cold again.
Go check the. My toes are getting cold. So
Yeah, but if I turn it up, it's gonna get
hot.
yeah.
Put your
Alright,
toes
I'm
on
gonna
first because the heat comes.
you're gonna
across
laugh
the
at me. I'm gonna discard my playmat.
You're gonna discard. Oh, that's funny. What is it? A Deliver Unto Evil? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I'm gonna play a land because I have not yet. That's what I drew. I'm gonna stick this up to 6 and scry. Everyone take a point of damage.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr.
Oh,
51.
complaining.
I know, but I need you around.
Yeah.
You're my ally. You're my buddy.
I'll keep
Yeah,
that
okay.
on top.
By the fact that I can't play crap.
I am not the one oppressing. You can actually play multiple things, but every time a creature comes into play under your control, you gotta sack it. Never mind.
Or a land,
Yeah,
which
that's
I'm not.
ridiculous.
I can't do a land.
I'll take that up to 9. Oh god, there's no 9 on here. Here. 9.
I'm literally holding 2 cards in my hand that are just
And-
useless against the Planeswalker deck.
So 2.
And I haven't played anything that you
Tap 1
can
black.
really attack.
And
Although
I'm
you can
gonna
attack me.
I'm gonna
but-
demonic tutor
Yep.
and pass my turn.
Does the tutor, do you lose 2 life?
Nope. Search my library for a card, put it into my hand, shuffle.
Cool.
Neat. Alright. 1, 2, lose a life. 150. Volrath's Stronghold.
What does that one do?
Puts any creature on top of my library from my graveyard.
Yeah, we should be better about announcing crap like that.
Which one should I kill first? How big is Arlen?
It's not Arlen.
Kasmina,
Kasmina.
1.
You know what? Let's just start taking them out one by one.
Alright.
Let's take out the 6 Sikili first.
Okay. How much total?
6.
Okay. Swamp Walk.
Yep.
Okay.
Alright, let's see if it gets through. Ready? Cyclonic Rift.
What does that do again?
It doesn't get through. There's the
Countered.
counter spell. How many cards you got in your hand?
1.
What is that spell?
Negate. Counter target non-creature.
You got it. Alright.
Alright, let me go keep looking for my card.
Yep.
And you overloaded it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And now I'm gonna tutor. Pass turn.
Okay. Interesting. Untap.
Damn it.
And draw. Okay, well, let's...
Fuck it. Let's do that. So
Yes.
alright, that was a big old tutor on my part, and you done anything on your turn yet?
I'm about to. So, I'm gonna have one floating,
Cool.
colorless. I'll play Loyal Apprentice. Wait, no, that's not
It's
gonna
gonna
work.
die to the tainted. And it's when it enters, so even if you make the copies get sacked or sack a land. You gotta kill that enchantment. I'm gonna go.
I can't. Like.
I'm.
1, 2,
I
3,
could, but not with this
4,
deck.
5.
She just countered the only spell that I had to really deal with it.
Okay, well, yeah, like, I'm boned.
I mean, I could probably figure out a way to sack all my zombies to the Call of the Grave, but the tainted's still gonna screw it.
Pass turn. Yeah. And your tutor only costs 1?
I took this up to make my next spell cost 2 less. So yeah, that's why it only costs 1.
I mean, I can't. Especially since I'm like, what am I going to do with my life?
NPC, are you feeling well enough to try some of my... I got this in Charles de Gaulle. It is Bushmills Steamship Edition, aged in bourbon casks on the ocean.
Nice.
Fine. Here, well, Tabor, it's you.
Yep, I'm shuffling.
Okay.
Okay, I control 2 planeswalkers. This is my hand.
I'm assuming she went for the deep glow, so...
You're down for...
I scry 2.
Hello, 4 people who still exist.
Hello.
You're awfully quiet. Please entertain me while I wait to die.
Okay, untap.
So one of the things that annoyed me about Italy
Uh-oh.
is that while the food is amazing and the wine is amazing, only very, very specific places, cocktail bars, actually have hard liquor and mixed drinks.
Aww.
Like, I did not have a Manhattan the entire trip.
Ha!
So
It made you try things.
Even though vermouth is frickin' Italian.
It made you try things.
1, 2,
Oh, that's good.
3, 4.
Okay. I'm gonna be curious since, yeah, it's not, no. Why? Well, oh, okay. Well, makes it a little more
So I
amusing,
took this up to make my next spell cost 2 less.
You got it.
Tap 6 more.
Sure.
Nicol Bolas Planeswalker.
You got it.
Ooh, can we pull him up? He's all
Which one?
fancy. It says Nicol Bolas
Oh.
Planeswalker. I'm like,
Literally, it's
that
just
is the
Nicol
card.
Bolas, comma, Planeswalker.
That one.
Whoop.
Oh no. Oh. Well, this is gonna be interesting.
It's gonna be fucking hilarious.
She's coming at you, bitch.
So what do you have over there that's not a creature? What
Why
over there?
did you show me that?
What over there is a non-creature permanent, please?
Phyrexian Arena and a Call to the Grave.
One is card draw,
One is card draw, one is everybody sacks a creature. That's oppressing her, so sure, by all means.
Yeah.
So
Just as
it's
much
her
as,
thing.
yeah.
Alright, well, I guess I'll take it up to 8. And...
Hello, chicken D
Destroy.
guy.
I love that.
Yeah,
That's a great one.
like,
destroy,
What are you killing?
the...
Card
It's a
draw
card
or
draw or-
creature?
Phyrexian Arena? Probably a good choice.
Phyrexian Arena.
Phyrexian Arena dies.
Alright. And can't do that anymore.
You're welcome, by the way.
For what?
You'll see.
And I have 2 mana left open and 1 card in my hand. And
Sure.
I pass the turn.
Alright.
We know it's not another negate because you can only have one.
I'm gonna swing a
Other
bolus.
two
thing.
I'm
costs.
gonna swing a bolus for 6. Swamp Walk.
Alright, so it goes down to 2.
And then I'm gonna play my own Nicol Bolas Planeswalker.
Really?
Yep. That's what I tutored
funny.
for.
That's funny as hell.
And I'm gonna blow up the Tainted Ether. You're welcome.
Alright.
You can play now.
Yay! I can have things and stuff.
Nice.
But however, my Bolas is gonna die to her Bolas next turn unless you can kill it.
Now tap your mana.
Oh, sorry. There we go.
Thank you.
Pass turn.
Okay, I'd say untap. Well, we're already there. Upkeep,
Yep.
draw.
Good
Okay.
evening, Chicken D guy.
Chicken de guy. That's a great. I like that.
Yes.
Have you
Okay.
tried the Popeyes chicken sandwich yet? I hear it's good.
I have not. I hear it's good though.
Okay. I'm tapping 2 for an Is It Signet.
You have an Is It Signet.
Finally.
Yay.
Mana.
Is it?
Really?
Oh no.
Please
Bad jokes.
go sit in a corner.
I am.
No.
Sit in a different.
It's in a different corner.
Oh, okay. What do I want to do? How
Oh,
about...
wait, sorry.
You have 50 life. She has 30 life. And Planeswalkers. You did kill the thing oppressing me, though.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, if you can kill
But
Bolas,
you know he's
if
the
you can
target.
send 2 damage at Bolas, I will blow up another Planeswalker next turn.
But
How
you need
long
me
is
to
this
blow.
gonna
But you need
last?
me to blow up his stuff. You're not my problem. He's my
You're
problem.
not my problem either.
So you can just
I'm
sit
like,
tight while we
not
leave
being
you alone.
problem.
While we leave you alone, and
There will be punishment very soon.
there will be punishment.
Either my Nicol Bolas will be punished by her Nicol Bolas.
Or that other thing.
You don't have any other creatures, right?
No.
And
But
what's
I want,
the text on
but
that? What does it say
I
on
want
that?
to play creatures eventually.
Yeah.
I'm
What does
gonna
it say on
need
there?
to. At the beginning of each player's upkeep,
So you can play a
that
creature
player
now. You don't have to worry about it until next
sacrifices
turn. If
a non-zombie.
I can still kill Bolas with my creatures. So,
Yeah.
but I would rather throw that creature damage at, let's say, her face instead of Planeswalker.
Why don't I just do what I can finally do now? So this will be 1 blue, 1 red. A blue. So that's 3. And then a colorless. And then I will finally play the Thopter Spy Network.
There you go. There you go.
Okay. And
go?
pass turn. Yes.
Alright, untap.
How many cards do you have in your hand?
Properly.
1. Scry 3.
Gotta get rid of
Oh
that
wait,
enchantment.
and I can decide the order of how things kick off because it's my upkeep. So I
Yes.
could say the sacking happens and then I get my Thopter.
Well, unless it says at the beginning.
So it's at the beginning, but
They both
you're
say at the beginning,
saying,
so
yeah,
your triggers-
so yeah.
I'll put all 3 on the bottom.
Okay.
Draw.
I get a Thopter. I've never been so excited about a Thopter.
I've never been so excited to have a 1/1 creature.
Yeah. I'm like... But please, keep beating on each other.
Yes.
If I don't do it, who will?
Yeah, like... Point. Oh, the cat's meowing.
I'll take that up to 11.
And that's funny, my brain was like, is that in the song? Because, there's cats meowing in Strict Confidence's cover of Sad But True.
Oh, I'm warm again. Maybe I am kind of
Did you turn up the heat?
overdid it.
Or-
No, I didn't. I did not turn up the heat. Because I knew better.
What are you doing over there? 1, 2, 3, 4.
So 2 for the artifacts I control.
Yep.
And then
3, 4, 5.
3, 4, 5, 6.
6.
Tezzeret, Master of the Bridge.
Oh, jeez. Pull him up.
Yup.
I think I have him in my Brea deck, not this deck.
Tezzeret, Master of the Bridge. Creatures and planeswalkers have affinity for artifacts.
So all my planeswalkers are artifacts right now? Or what?
No, they have so your creatures and planeswalker spells are 4 less, because 1 for each planeswalker.
Okay.
So if you play a creature right now, it is 4 colorless less. If you play a planeswalker right now, it is 4 colorless less.
Okay. Alright. Cool.
Or sorry, 2 less. No, she has 4 planeswalkers. Oh, artifacts. I'm sorry. I thought they had affinity
so
for
2 less.
I thought they had affinity for planeswalkers.
2 less. Okay.
Thank you so much, Chicken D guy.
Chicken guy. I really do like that.
Me too.
Okay. Alright.
Okay.
We'll go ahead and do that.
So you're gonna do
+2.
+2 to give to do damage to each of us.
Yep. And I gain 2 life. I'll tick this up to 5. And I'm going to destroy that.
Oh, the call.
Yeah.
Alright.
I don't like it anymore. Okay. And... seven.
Yeah, it's raining. It's been
Yeah.
raining.
Yeah.
I'll just go ahead and tap and sack my Shaku at last.
To proliferate.
Proliferate.
You want to put a counter on my bolus?
No,
Didn't think so.
definitely.
That would have been interesting.
And pass the turn.
I am gonna put Gary back on top of my deck.
Uh,
Hey, I wonder what I'm drawing this turn.
I don't know.
although at least your affinity for black is less
Yep.
now. So it'll be a little less painful
Well, let's see what happens.
until you...
2 for Withered Wretch.
What does that do?
Okay.
It's a zombie.
Okay.
Oh.
I'll allow it.
Yep. Gary.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, please. You choose
Ow.
12?
So I'm down to 12.
I'm down to 20.
And I gain 24 and go to 72. And then I'm going to blow up
72.
Tezzeret.
Okay. With the nickel. Okay.
Yep. And you play. What's that other one?
Kasmina.
No, the one right next to
Really?
it.
She's been
Nicol
out.
Bolas, the Planeswalker.
Yeah.
That's what I. Oh,
No, you
oh,
blew up
oh no! I'm
Tezzeret.
blowing up Nicol Bolas. I'm sorry. I thought it was dead.
Okay.
Yeah,
You,
Tezzeret's.
you just blew up Tezzeret.
Yeah, no, sorry. Nicol Bolas gets blown
Okay,
up.
so Tezzeret still has 8 on him.
Yes.
And you blew up Nicol Bolas instead. Got
Yes. And I'm gonna swing at. I'm gonna swing for 4 at Tezzeret and 2 at Kasmina. Kasmina's dead now, right?
it. Yeah.
Okay. And then I'm gonna pass turn.
Okay. Durabolus is up to 11.
Yes.
Okay.
Uh,
Oh, right. Yeah, the top here.
wasn't who at 2. Chickeny guy.
Kasmina.
Yeah. How did Bolas?
Well, he got ticked up.
Oh, he got ticked up right
And
to
then I
5, and then
proliferated.
yeah. So 6 is exactly right.
Yeah, I proliferated. Yeah.
God, he ticks up for 3 to kill shit. I love
Yeah.
that. It's crazy.
Of course, now you're gonna win because I should have destroyed that instead. I have a series of bad decisions in this game.
You're absolutely right, but I didn't
Yeah.
realize. I declared my attacks before I realized
Yeah.
Bolas was still in play, so we should have backed up, but friendly games.
What did
so
you
I'm not
do?
gonna-
What?
I didn't realize Bolas was still in play, so I would have killed Bolas with my creatures and blown up Tezzeret.
Yeah. Well, I have more bad decisions than you, because you have the Nicol
Yeah.
Bolas in play now, and there's nothing we can do to it.
Well,
I should have destroyed it with my
You could
Bolas.
attack it.
Yeah, I should have destroyed it with
You
my
should have
Bolas.
destroyed it with your Bolas.
Yeah. I was an idiot.
well, no, because I mean, it was oppressing her.
Yeah.
It was seriously oppressing her.
Yeah.
So now you've got somebody who could potentially be an ally.
Potentially, but it's still
1, 2,
too much trouble.
3,
That Bolas is still too much trouble. And I had one in play. Don't be like me,
Okay,
viewers.
so
Don't
5.
play like me and make bad decisions.
Well, this buys a little bit of time. Okay, maybe.
That-
Aether Gale. Return 6 on-land permanents to their owner's hands.
Yeah, I will happily take everything here back to my hand.
Well, the Bolas is going back to your hand. Don't
No,
start
yeah,
packing
no,
up
no,
your
no,
stuff
like-
yet.
no, we
like-
want, like, if you just leave enough for me to take care of them, that way they die and can't get played again.
I mean,
I mean, obviously my Bolas is gonna
yeah, like, because you could ultimate,
Right.
and that's not fun.
You don't want Gary to go.
No, like, I don't want him back in your hand.
Um,
In fact, he could stay alive forever. What's that guy again? The church one? No.
yeah, I mean,
Like, they're all so
they're all
tiny,
little.
it's
Yeah, it
like-
doesn't matter.
And I can't do lands because
Is there anything that
obviously-
helps you when you play it again?
No. Like, not really.
Then basically hit all 3 planeswalkers.
Well, the proliferate.
How many
thing.
5 or 6 do you get? What is it? Aether? What is it?
I get 6.
Wow.
And this is expensive for Bolas is the thing, which is not ideal.
Aether what?
Gale.
Ah. 6, right. This is the blue response to the blow up 6 permanents from black.
Like,
Yeah, we could hit a Soul Ring. I mean, but I don't think either of us have one. I don't have one.
I have a soul ring, and I'm not hitting my own
Yeah.
soul ring. Let's see. Seems really expensive. Shit. Okay. Can I see your creatures? Except for Gary.
Except for the Grey Merchant, yes.
Well, and Bolas.
Well, Bolas, I know I'm like how it goes.
Yeah, if you bounce, you net 1 extra mana if you bounce your own Soul Ring. So you play it and you have 1 more mana if you need to cast it for something this turn. You know what I mean? If you bounce your own Soul Ring. You can tap the Soul Ring, bounce your ring, play it for 1 mana, and you have 4 left.
Thank you, friend.
But none of them are really worth.
I'll let you keep the Withered Wretch. You actually haven't been using this enough. And
I just
she
played
has
it.
Stuff that...
I literally just played it this
Oh,
time.
right. So, I'll let you keep that. You're not... Nothing in my graveyard is...
So if you hit all the planeswalkers, you got 3 more choices.
Yeah, let's do all the Planeswalkers.
There's only 2 planeswalkers.
I got 1.
And his. His was the main target. Where I was
probably,
like,
yeah.
no. Let's see. So I have 3 left. You know what? I will let you keep that one. I'll bounce these 2.
Okay.
Because I'll make you spend swamps, which I think you have plenty, but
Yep.
if you really want to play them again...
Whichever one of those 2 is more expensive. It's probably your next one.
Or your soul ring.
Yeah.
Unless you want
Do
to
I
if you
have
want to
anything
cast
to
something.
play?
You gonna play for 4 or less?
Actually, hang on. Maybe I will bounce my soul ring.
Cool.
Because will that do a thing?
Oh.
Maybe
oh,
it'll
you know
do a
what?
thing.
For our viewers right now, I realized that I changed a setting on the microphone, so I'm going to change it back, and it's going to get a little bit louder. So if you've got your gain turned up,
Or maybe I don't want to bounce my Soul Ring. Because I don't think I'm going to get any benefit from it. Hang on. Because...
So that should sound a little better for you guys watching at home.
Yeah, not... Sigh.
Sorry about that. So
The ring would be number 6.
Yeah, the ring would be number 6. You
We
know
still have
what?
to decide on a 6.
Since I kind of wiped her out in it, you're at 72.
You kind of wiped me out too.
You're at 72.
I am at
life.
72. Fine. Yes, I'm at 72.
So take your card
All
back.
right.
And then, even though this is hasty, I'm just gonna play it because creatures, yo.
Jeffrey, can I see your graveyard real quick?
Loyal Apprentice. And now I'm done. Finally. Go.
And tap. Both of Jace does nothing. Draw.
I would like the Tainted Ether and the Sleep out of your graveyard with the
Okay.
Withered Wretch. They're exiled
Okay.
before your turn.
How do you do that?
2
And then
mana.
Bolus, Withered Wretch.
Okay.
He pays 1 and he can remove cards from graveyards.
Okay.
It is the lovely all-purpose utility zombie.
Mm-hmm.
I keep it in my pocket like a little utility zombie.
How much is he going for?
Cheap. 50 cents. And I love that it's a Tim Hildebrandt. He's an old D&D artist, and it does my heart good to see a Dungeons & Dragons artist in Magic. Like old school D&D guy.
Nicobolas.
Your regular one. Alright, so when that comes in, each player discards a card, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Uh,
I haven't had white this entire game, so Master Trinketer, you get discarded.
yeah, right?
Like,
I think I'm gonna discard a... I'm gonna discard a Dictate to Erebos. It's useless, this game.
so the funny part about it, by not reading cards, like I had these
Cast turn.
and the Master Trinketer in my hand,
Okay.
and I didn't pay attention to the mana I had because I only had 1 blue, I had the colorless, a Soul Ring, and a Forest. So I was like, I should have known better, but I didn't. Oh, can I take a picture of that zombie?
Sure.
Because I'll never remember.
Why do you need it?
I feel like it'd be nice in my zombie decks.
I have one. I'm lying around somewhere.
If you do.
Yeah, I'll see how many I have.
Screw it. Nicol Bolas is in. Blow up your Nicol Bolas.
Okay.
And then play the Zombie Master. All my zombies have
shit.
Swamp Walk again.
Oh wait, hold on.
Sorry. Alright.
Let me hold on.
So I
Wait.
played Nicol Bolas first.
She... And he
Yeah, I
took
counter
it.
that.
Okay, Nicol Bolas is countered.
Counter squall.
Does
What
it do
does that
damage to
one
me?
do?
2 damage.
Take
2
2.
life.
Alright, then the Zombie Master.
Okay.
And I swing at you for...
Are they hasty? Or
These
two
no,
didn't
they
never
were, they were
play,
already in. They
yeah.
were already in. Got
I
it.
swing you for 4.
Okay.
Pass turn.
Okay. I get another adopter. Right? Yeah.
Yep.
He's hiding it under the floor badge next to the Damnable Heart. Indeed.
Okay. And I right that untapping thing.
Yep.
How many cards you got in your hand? How do you... Oh, they were bounced.
Yep.
So that was the
You
last...
know what's in my hand.
Yep, that was the last card, and the rest are bounced. Wait. 3 Planeswalkers were bounced?
Yes.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because
No, I had one card in my hand.
And
I drew a card, and 2 planeswalkers were bounced.
Got it.
Okay.
You should have bounced the thing that's gonna. Well, she can't scry anymore. At least
I
until
can?
she plays another one. I thought you
Planeswalker.
scried for planes. That's not a planeswalker.
No, it's not.
But you will a planeswalker eventually.
Yeah. I flipped that.
Right. But you won't scry this turn.
Mm-mm.
Basically, I need to stop you from getting another counterspell because that's going to screw up our game.
You can try. You can probably do it.
We're going to do our best.
Do your best. Just do your best.
Okay.
I believe in you.
I can do. What can I do? Hang on. Problem is doing math. Okay, so this would be a total of 3, 4, 5, 6.
Power of Grayskull.
I mean, that could be 4.
7, 8, 9.
Wait,
Can
no.
this? No,
So
because you have to
one
pay
of
one.
these, yeah, we'll make
so
2.
3,
Yeah.
4, 5, 6.
While we're
7,
counting.
8, 9. 9. Okay. Interesting.
Interesting. No, I don't like that when the Chaos Muppet says interesting. It's not a good
I
thing.
mean, you only live once, right?
Yep.
Unless you're playing a zombie deck, in which case you live
A bunch
infinitely.
of times.
Until somebody exiles your graveyard.
Okay. Not really relevant because I am going to tap 3, 4 to play my commander.
Morphon's in.
Like,
I
because
forget what
these are
Morphon
free.
does.
I'm going to pick Artificer.
Artificier?
However you want to
Artificer?
pronounce it. Don't care.
Okay.
So the important parts to know, he would be the chosen creature type, or he's a changeling.
Yeah.
But the chosen creature type is 1 less of each color.
They get,
cast.
yeah.
And they get +1/+1.
Yep.
So I'm going to basically cast this guy for free.
Which one?
Urza's Apprentice. Tawnos.
Thanos.
Does it say Urza's Apprentice
Yeah,
Thanos?
Tawnos.
Oh, I remember.
Yes. That
Sorry.
guy.
What I mean by I remember playing in Antiquities in the Dark when Urza and Tawnos and the Brothers War was a thing.
And then, oh
And
crap,
Mishra.
I should have done this backwards. I did it backwards, doesn't matter. And the Diligent Excavator.
When we cast, yeah.
Yeah, I should have, like,
Play that first.
her first and then probably
Then
tagged
more
you.
fun than that, yeah.
Well, no. It wouldn't have worked.
Oh,
if-
right, yeah.
I would love to put cards from my library in my graveyard.
I'm not gonna pick you.
Yeah, but that's also a Grixis deck. I'm sure it would love to put cards in its graveyard too.
Not as much as yours.
Whenever you cast sorcerer,
We're kinda
target
playing-
player puts top 2 cards of the level
Nah,
of
not
their
the same
graveyard.
deck.
No,
No, you're not playing
yeah.
the same deck.
Same
Like,
colors.
Yeah.
She doesn't want as many
I don't want
cards in
things
her
going in
graveyard.
graveyards.
Especially not when you can pick them. Like,
Yeah.
basically kick them out of her graveyard.
If I had graveyard recursion, which I don't remember if I do. Yeah.
I'm sure
and
there's graveyard.
wait.
Yeah, no attack
I
phase
have
yet.
Yeah.
We have a Thopter
So, I've
that
got
can
a
attack.
Thopter that can attack.
I will eat it.
And when it does attack, I get to draw a card.
Yeah, you need it to
Attack
attack the
that
main
way.
card.
Yeah. So.
All right, but Bolus is going up. Bolus is flipping next turn.
I'm not killing it with a 1/1 Thopter.
That's true. And make sure just save the blocker because
I now have, like, blockers. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Alright, untap.
So the issue is, this was a carryover
Scry.
from...
No, I don't
Yeah,
scry.
don't scry.
I don't scry.
This
Just
was
draw.
carried over from the Saheeli deck.
Oh, and you built that around the Saheeli deck?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So, and I didn't even think about it. And then I'm like, oops, I did 5 color.
And it's still, yeah. I'm like, I question that choice in a 5-color deck.
Yeah.
It's one that I missed.
Thanks, I'm just giving you shit.
Like, I feel like the other ones legitimately should be here.
How much does that cost to flip?
7.
Oof.
But
it's
she's
still awful.
got.
I have it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit you 4 in the air.
Alrighty, I take it.
And then
Four-hander.
she's gonna flip it.
Yep, and I'm gonna flip it.
Alright.
I don't think you're gonna die to commander damage.
There's my commander.
No.
damage.
Alright, and then I will tick it up to draw 2 cards.
How big is it?
9.
Jesus.
I just noticed he's hiding under the floorboards.
Alright.
Alright, I drew 2
That's
cards.
a different zombie card.
Yeah.
I have not played a land yet this turn. I will play a land that comes in tapped.
And you gain a
And I
life.
gain a life. And I pass the turn.
And you're all tapped out, which is
I
awesome.
am.
I love the look of that bolus too. I'm just
Yeah.
a big fan of bolus.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
He's a big fan of you.
Hmm.
Oh, different view.
It's like, worship me.
I'm playing
He's a
Thraximunder.
Thraximunder.
What does he do
Thraximunder, the
again?
Wizard Wretch, are gonna kill Bolas.
How does it do that?
Thraximunder has haste. He's a 6/6 zombie assassin with haste.
Okay,
And
it's that.
swap box.
6. Oh, it's a 9. I gotta hit
9.
3, then 3 are coming. I gotta do that.
So 9,
10.
10.
Bye, bolus.
It's good while it lasted.
And then.
Still gonna lose this game.
Jesus.
Me too, but I'm
Yeah.
feeling I
You got
feel
a
better.
state.
Yeah,
Alright,
like
then,
as
I
a
will play,
present.
then I will play a Burnished Heart.
Yep.
Wait, wasn't someone just talking about that? Damnable heart. That's what
Damnable.
it's saying.
And then I will
Yeah.
pass turn.
Okay.
Do you have a hotkey for the other view?
It is. I've rejiggered them, so that's 2. F2 now is that view.
Ah.
And then F3 and 4 are the. Go ahead and cycle through. 3 and 4 are the playmats and our faces.
Okay.
5 and 6
Okay.
are my playmat, and then your playmat.
Okay.
8 is a face. F8.
Ugh.
Nah.
F9.
Oh god.
And then back to F1.
No.
If you hit F10, it's
Way.
the oh shit button, and we go to the be right back, but don't do that.
Okay, I was just about to, too.
6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, gotta draw a card. What's that?
His reign was strong but short.
I gotta tell you, if you don't kill Bolas quickly, it quickly runs away with the game.
Yeah. He's a benevolent dictator.
No, he's literally the exact opposite of that.
Yes, he is.
One might say despotic, even.
Yes. Well, look, he lords over all. He lords over the Gatewatch.
Damn.
He's a god
I
unto
think
himself.
I am just.
Oh my lord, it's not just to Thraximunder. Yeah.
What happened? Show us, what does Thraximunder do?
Yeah, hold on.
Show us what this card does.
So, I literally, I would love to have your Aether thing and my Call of the Grave in play. It's when any creature is sacrificed, not just to him, he gets a counter.
Whenever a player sacks a creature. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Ugh.
Thanks.
Ugh. Do you have a sack outlet currently?
Nope.
Okay. What am I doing with my life?
Let's take a look at your playmat, because you got a bunch of shit going on now.
I do.
I love that fucking Seth McKinnon mat. That's gorgeous.
I
It really
know.
is.
It's the Kickstarter exclusive from his second Kickstarter. I missed the first one. There was a really good one in the first one. I would have wanted it. It was like the Quambaj Witches.
Combage, C-O-U-M, the Combage.
Yeah.
I have no idea how to pronounce that.
If you look up the card, the
Yeah.
art on that card is beautiful.
So I am tapping.
I think it's C-U-O-M.
C-U-O-M.
I think
3
so.
artifacts.
Yep.
And
Wait, it's the other art though. It's different art than this.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's
I
Seth
didn't know there
McKinnon
was...
art.
Oh, I didn't know there was new art. Oh, shit!
Look at that.
Holy
Yeah,
crap! They
nice.
redid it.
Yeah,
that's
and they had a
awesome.
playmat for that, and it was
That's
for the
fucking
first
gorgeous.
Kickstarter, and it was an exclusive, and I missed that Kickstarter.
Okay.
Hey, Solid Plasma, Italy was fucking amazing.
Yeah, but you can get a
So-
print of that.
People were not feeling well this evening, so wait, hold on. People were not feeling well this evening, so we're in our pajamas.
Yeah.
So, just a note, I tapped 3 artifacts and 2 islands to do the reverse engineering, which means I get to draw 3 cards.
Yep. God, that card's gorgeous.
Yeah, I know, isn't it?
Dude, everything Seb does is beautiful.
You can get a print of that though, which I think I might.
I
should
haven't
do.
played a
Yeah,
land
it's
per
gorgeous.
turn, so I do that.
But I would have loved that playmat too. Would have been
You know what I
awesome.
still don't have?
What?
A swamp.
No swamp block for
Wow.
you. Well, and you also still don't have something that makes black mana.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
But-
game night's still happening.
Currently have not needed that.
Nope.
Yep, you do see a Morophon.
That is a Morphon.
You
It is a
do.
Morphon Artificer deck. Morphon Artificer Tribal.
Yep.
Yes. Hey, Solid Plasma, did you guys lose power tonight? We actually lost power for like 2 hours.
Tapping 1, and then the Soul Ring, so that's a total of 3 to play a Mimic back. This is a historic spell, so
Yep.
put 2 cards into your graveyard.
Me?
Yes.
Just me.
Yes, you. Like,
What went?
target player.
Karn's Bastion and Ashiok Nightmare.
Woohoo! I
Weaver.
like both of those cards in your graveyard.
Yep.
Ashiok Nightmare Weaver.
Yep.
Alright, wait, how many cards do you have in your hand?
5.
Gotcha. Because I'm looking over at that side of the table, and guess what? You're now my ally.
Oh really? Okay.
I'm pointing at this.
What, mimic
The-
that?
No, that ridiculousness going on over here.
I'm
This, I'm
protecting
pointing at all of
myself,
this.
But I have 14 life!
That's a thing.
Yeah.
Although speaking of having 14 life, I haven't
cards
had
you have
an
in hand?
attack phase. I've got 4.
4.
I am about to have more too. I'm going to attack with Morphon you. And I will attack.
How big's
that
Morphon?
doesn't have death touch, right?
No. Next turn.
6/6.
Next turn.
And I will also attack you with
Here's my Morphon Death Token.
oh, do I have to have a separate player to get a card, or do I just get a card?
You get 1 card.
Oh, well then I'll still attack you.
If you get
with
1
that
attack
player.
phase, yeah.
Okay.
So 6, 7 total.
Oh wait, I should have
Did you
gotten
make-
another
yeah,
Thopter.
you get another Thopter. I was gonna ask
Yeah,
you, did you make
thank
another
you.
Thopter?
I don't think
Because you get a Thopter for that, and you get a Thopter for that.
I've
like
been doing this
58.
one properly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then for good measure, let's say I attacked you with 2 Thopters. Because I had 2 that like
I
were
gotcha.
untapped. So take 1 more. I know it's like, haha, I poke you in the
Alright, I'm at 57.
Alright.
Ooh, 57. Okay.
Anything else, madame?
Good question. No. Because I'm not willing to... Yeah. Oh, wait. You get a card, though. Okay. Pass turn.
I poke in your general direction.
Yes.
Your mother was a hamster, and your father smelled of elderberries.
Alright. Untap.
I think maybe I'm just gonna take to
Yeah.
wearing this all the time now.
Yeah. Since everyone's like, nice robe.
Alright.
My ex's father brought it back for me from Japan.
Nice.
Hey.
Now go away or I shall quote the phasing rules at you a second time.
Alright, what do I play?
You know, I'm looking at these, and most of these, like, that has a Thopter. He has, like, I think... Oh, look,
It
it's
is,
a little
actually.
skeleton bird in the background.
Skeleton bird.
Let's take a look.
I have a greater appreciation for Thanos. That just... Yeah, I can tell you how to type it.
There he is.
That guy.
Whee!
See? Skeleton bird.
Oh, it is a cute little skeleton bird. It's Matt Stewart. Cool.
Oh, man. See, like...
There's so many cards
I
that
was
should have gotten
going...
signed.
Well, I was going
He was
through
so
the deck,
nice.
and he was so nice. He was like, I'll sign as many as you want. And I'm like, dude, you do not understand. I feel like most of my decks have, like, 10 of your cards. I'm like, look, Matt Stewart, more
Matt
Matt
Stewart,
Stewart,
more Matt Stewart.
Yeah.
Like... In fact, that one, I wonder, did he use himself as a reference? Like, if
They
you look
often
at the
do.
face,
So hold on, I gotta go find that. I put it back away.
beefcake.
No,
Close.
did you see the post I did today about Chandra and Kat? So when I was in Italy, I was hanging out at Steve Argyle and Jason Engel's booth for a while in between things, and Steve's wife, Kat, is the model for one of the Chandras,
Nice.
and it's literally her just going.
Yeah.
And if you see her and she does the pose, you're like, oh my god.
Now
Right.
she has to cosplay as it.
So I did Narset part of the Veils.
Yep.
Oh, I love her too.
Minus
She's
two.
so pretty.
They also told me a
So
story
look at the
about
top four. I can reveal a
find it.
non-creature, non-land from among them and put it into my hand.
Uh-oh. This is gonna be
The
a
rest on
problem
the
for
bottom of
me.
my library in a
Can't
random
draw
order.
more than one card
Each turn. Yep.
each turn. So,
I'm just looking for syntax. What is it? Artist. What's the artist syntax?
wait a second. You also played a Chandra?
Yeah, and I played a Chandra.
There we go.
What does that Chandra do again?
So here's a fun one. As soon as I find it, I will show you. You're gonna laugh your ass off.
Alright, should I do the Chaos Muppet one or the Stop Everything one?
Chaos Muppet.
Alright, I picked Jace Valerian to put in my hand.
There you go.
What does
From
he
where?
do?
From Narset.
What does
Gotcha.
he do again? Can I see him? Since
So
clearly
before I
you
pull
had
that
to
card
reveal.
up, that's the other Steve Argyle card where literally they tied her into the tree because she couldn't hold the pose. So they literally
No one
wrapped,
can hold that pose.
right.
Yeah,
They
like-
wrapped
That
rope
is
around
not a
her.
natural
right.
pose.
They wrapped rope around her. She's like, this sucks. So they had to tie her to the tree so she
Oh
could
my
hold
god.
the pose.
Couldn't you just have taken a photo and then
Well, they
painted
did, but
it?
you have to frame it up.
Oh.
Nice.
All right. What did you play, Jace?
And I didn't play Jace.
Or you put it
in your
It's
hand.
in my hand, but I
Which
did play
one?
Chandra Fire Artisan,
I'll bring that one up.
Jace Valerian.
Fire Artisan, right? That one.
So you're exiling the top card,
Yeah, that would be dumb.
so you could wait.
I could wait. I don't have to do anything.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep, I'm gonna wait. I'm just gonna stay at 4. Alright, pass turn.
What do we got? That's the thing. Alright, so the first thing I'm going to do is... Black and black. I'm going to play an Apprentice Necromancer.
What does that do?
I can sack it to bring a creature from my graveyard back to play. Let's count it up, shall we?
Yes.
And then... I'm going to attack Jayberry for 8.
I thought we were allies.
Yeah, we'll get there, watch. For
Yeah,
8.
yeah, blah blah.
He's gonna find a way to kill me without having to go
Yeah.
through my thing.
Killing Wave. Pay 7 life for each creature you'd like to keep.
Okay.
Yep.
Pay 7 life for each creature you want to keep. And I will let Gary die.
Of course. Yeah, we're gonna die to Gary next turn.
I will let that die.
What's dying
And
again?
I'll let
I take Gary.
that... Sure!
Like,
Now I'm gonna have to keep. I forget. Go ahead. You can have Gary. I'm still gonna kill you next turn.
I know, but I'm still gonna take.
I get Gary when he comes back. So Gary's exiled. Well,
Yes.
hold on. Do you have mana? What do you need?
No, it just happens.
Gotcha. And you can make copies of it.
Yes.
Gotcha. All right. You got it.
So do I die?
Wait.
Is it your devotion to black? You don't have any black.
I don't, but
Yeah.
I don't want him to have it.
I'm at 36.
So creatures though.
7
How
life
are-
for each
how are you
creature you'd
at-
like to keep.
Oh, okay.
2, 3, 4.
I kept 3 creatures.
Keeping 1. Keeping my commander.
So,
you
all right,
are
there
down
you
to
go.
7.
Actually, you know what? Let's make it 6 for each creature you'd like to keep.
So get one,
Okay.
keep one.
And I'll get 3
So
more
you're at
back.
8.
Well, I don't know. Was it board wipe?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess it was a board wipe.
Okay. Fine. Are you done? Untap. Well, I should have done upkeep actually, so after.
I think. That was a lovely draw. That was a very fortuitous draw.
Okay. Not that I think it's gonna matter, but let's see. Let me do a quick mana count again. That's 3.
It was 9.
I played a mana last turn, so I think I'm actually at 10. And I'm glad I did not
Uh-oh.
held back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Great.
You got it. Do you have a swamp?
No.
What is that?
Backwards.
It is not. It needs
Wow.
a swamp to
You
use.
still don't have a black. You still have no black mana. Well, it would be nice to have black mana. Maybe not a swamp, but...
Yeah, I mean, this hand I've been doing fine.
That's funny.
Okay. So, I am going to tap 3. And
Black from Morph.
4.
Yeah, if I mean, you do get black from Morph on if you need a creature, but not a spell.
And 6.
Cave girl.
Hello. Are you in a robe?
I am wearing my kimono since
Oh.
they're wearing pajama
Look
pants.
at these stickers. They look like Spirit. I will tell, or Pester. Sorry. Oh, they do. So.
You can sit and hang out with us for a little bit.
3. That's 6. Okay. I'm going to play a Soul of New Phyrexia.
Soul of New Phyrexia. I'll bring that up.
And then I'm going to pay 2 to
Copy it.
I guess I'll just say this is a 6/6.
Cool.
This little thing next to it. Yay, blockers, right?
Yup.
And then I will pay 2 to play an aerial engineer.
Woo.
So
No, I just took it down so I get the Bushmills behind it.
okay, pass turn.
No attacks?
I
Everything just came in.
wanna keep. Actually, though, what do you have?
I have...
Can anything be touch?
No, anything can be regenerated.
Oh, and you have the one
Yeah.
open. And we're both like, I'm not gonna attack you because, well, anyway, pass turn.
What the hell's in my graveyard?
Not Gary.
Card
Like,
from my graveyard. Yep.
Oh wait, shit. I forgot to scry too.
by the way, the other...
God, that enchantment is letting you run away with things. Like, you would be dead so long ago if you didn't have that enchantment, like, to stack your hand as you need it. It's a great enchantment.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never played it before, so it's kind of
amazing in a Planeswalker. It's amazing in a Super Friends deck.
It's pretty neat.
Hold on, let me bring it up. What is it? Oath of Jace?
Oath of Jace.
Yeah. Yep. You are exactly right. It's just ridiculous in a Super Friends deck.
Mm-hmm. Alright, I'll play Jace Beleren.
Okay.
Can't hand that out at school.
Everyone draw a card.
Everybody draw a NPC, draw a card.
Yay! Wait, am I allowed to draw?
It was an effect off.
So yeah, it says each opponent can't draw more than one card each turn.
Okay.
Is this other card I have, so I don't think...
Oh, crap. Which one is that?
So, Narset Parter Veils.
Oh, right.
Oh, right. You shouldn't be drawing...
You killed that a long time ago.
Oh, right.
Yeah, but that's been long gone.
Oh, I get to draw a card?
Yep.
What's up?
I believe you do.
You alright? You looked very confused.
I reset the clock on the mic. Oh, the power.
Who went
Yeah.
out? The power.
Why does it say it's 3:30? I'm so confused.
Alright,
power
so
went out
I
earlier.
ticked up Chandra to exile the top card of my library. I may play it this turn. It's a Dragon Master Outcast.
Nice.
I play it.
Ooh.
I think that just killed you.
And then
What?
I took...
Why? I don't think she's gonna murder me yet.
The time is exactly
Take that down to
11:05.
one.
I think we
No,
murdered
22
you.
Top
Huh?
4 cards.
Oh.
And then the top 4 cards of my library. I reveal a
bit
non-creature,
more
non-land
of the
from among them
bushels.
and put it into my hand.
It's good, isn't it?
Yes.
It's about the same price as your wine, so it's really good whiskey.
Oh, that's the Italy.
Well, it's Irish from Charles de Gaulle Airport at the
Hello,
duty free,
Kevin
but
Blaze. I'm sure other people
Hello,
have
Kevin
said
Blaze.
hello, but...
Hey, we met you at IllixCon.
indubitably.
I keep missing your
I
streams.
opened it. Would you want to try one?
Yeah,
But I am going to catch one eventually. Alright, I will take, I guess, an Executioner's Capsule and put it into my hand.
You got it.
And the rest on the bottom of my library in a random order. And I will pass the turn.
Cool. All right, untap,
Come on.
upkeep, draw.
Ah, shit.
Uh-oh. What?
Oh,
No, I just wish I...
Or
oh,
life
that's
choice.
a thing.
Yeah, I wish I had the mana.
You have one creature, Jayberry.
I do.
That's what allowed me to kill you right now. You playing the
Aw.
creature.
Aww.
I'm gonna attack you with Thraximunder. You have to sack a creature.
Alright.
Oh, sorry, and the Zombie Master.
Alright.
So that's only 6, 7, 8. But when you sack a creature, Thraximunder gets a counter, and that's 9 damage.
Oh. So yeah, I'm dead.
Oh.
I think.
Thraxie's got a counter.
Yep, I got nothing.
All right. After my
Should've
attack
played the
phase,
Executioner's Capsule.
all
Killed
my
it.
zombies have regenerate.
Oh well.
Okay.
But I had
All right,
the mana.
after
For
my
what?
what's that?
All your zombies have what?
The zombie regenerate from the Zombie Master
Why do they need to regenerate?
if she Executioner's capsuled it.
If
Oh,
I
I
had
see.
if I had Executioner's Capsule, then would I have lived?
No, because I would regenerate the zombie that you tried to kill.
Oh.
Right. I'm gonna play a Diregraph Colossus.
What does that do?
It comes into
But
play.
it would have
with-
still killed me.
Yeah.
But would I still be dead?
Well,
Like,
yeah,
would the
because
damage
whatever
still
you
go
tried to kill,
through?
yeah, whatever
If
you
I-
tried to kill is regenerated. It still attacked you. and it didn't die.
Regeneration. We should look that up. I thought regeneration
Doesn't that stop?
doesn't. Yeah. I
Well,
don't
I mean-
think the attack goes through when
You didn't-
something's been regenerated.
Why? Why would that not be?
I
Hold on. Let me bring up.
wish we had
what
a
was I bringing up?
judge.
Judge.
Kevin Blaze, Judge.
Judge.
It says someone says it does.
Oh, it does. Then maybe you should have done it.
Well, I didn't do it, so I guess I'll just leave it. I didn't
Diregraph.
play it.
What is it? What did I play? Diregraph.
I assumed I would live another
We'll start.
turn.
Yeah, the game. We will start another game in
Yeah,
5
I
minutes.
assumed I would live another turn.
It's all right.
I wouldn't have mattered.
1, 2, 3. It comes into
Yes,
play with
that's
3
what
counters.
I thought. Like,
And whenever I cast a zombie, I get a 2/2 zombie token. Grimjin Corpseborn.
What does that do?
I should bring that up. So,
Grimgrin.
Grimgrin, and I cast a zombie, so I get a 2/2 zombie.
It enters tap.
But doesn't tap until after.
Uh,
It dies, it gets tapped and remains on the field after the
It
death shield gets popped, but
enters
doesn't
the
tap until
battlefield.
after.
no.
No.
It-
From the Dagger of Colossus. When I play a zombie, put a 2/2 black zombie creature tapped. So this one comes in tapped.
That's fine, but if you read your Grim guy,
No,
enters-
this enters tapped as well.
Yes.
Sorry, yes. Yeah, absolutely.
like,
All right, and
that matters when someone's
I
gonna
will
try to
pass
attack
turn.
you.
And I think
Okay, I get a Thopter. I should remember what's in my hand.
Alright, let me go pick something new to play. I think I'm only getting for 2 games tonight.
it's okay. You
For
saw it.
obvious
We might be in
reasons.
the
Yeah,
same.
I'm
Yeah.
perfectly happy to only play one more.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Let's see what I figure want to play.
I'm just waiting. Hello.
Any viewers, any preference
Does
for
your
what I
stuff have
play?
trample?
No, but it all has regenerate.
That's fine.
Color-wise?
Don't care.
Sure.
Give me a color and I'll see what I have. Or a mix of colors. Yeah, where you... Do you go to... Are you planning on going to any, like, commander events? Chicken guy. Chicken the guy.
So if something's an artifact creature,
Yeah.
I have questions.
It's okay.
Like,
Go ahead and ask. I mean,
Okay.
I'm playing big dumb stupid black, so like
well, so this one, it says choose one or both. Create a token that's a copy of a target artifact.
right.
Create a token
Yes,
that's
you can make
a copy
two more.
of...
You can make two more of those.
like,
Yes.
I'm like,
You
wait
can
a
make
second.
2 more of those.
Is that what this does?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. I
Alright,
don't
so,
know if it's gonna save me.
It might. You never know.
But
Alright, so chicken the guy. What should I play? What colors do you like to play? What colors do you like to see me play if I have them? You're in near Florida. We are near the DC metro area.
Gruul. I love that it auto-corrected Gruul to gruel, the word, like the food.
So red,
I wanna do this.
red, green, right? I wonder if I have my red green deck. I don't know if I
What
brought
is
it.
your red-green deck?
Halar.
Cool. Counters. No, really? Not a proliferate deck.
Let's do that.
That is Jay Burry's.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Watch this and you pick it up tomorrow.
Sure.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, let me figure this out. Okay, so
Let's see if I brought my
this-
Gruul deck.
Sorry, guys, I'm doing magic math, which is always exciting. Okay.
Math is magic.
Yep. Okay, so first I'm going to tap this to get. Oh wait, no, that's not how I want to do that. So 2, it would be the blue-red, and then I will take one of these mountains and play Saheeli,
Yep. Sahili, which one?
Blind Artificer.
You hate that word.
Yes, I do.
They all just flipped out of my grasp.
And then I'm like terrible at pronouncing it, but this is a fun game.
Oh, come on, that
Then
one.
I'm going to tap 6
Well, sorry to say, I forgot. I did not bring my
To
Gruul deck.
Create
So,
2 copies.
Yeah.
Yep.
so I'll tell you.
So you have.
So I'll tell you what I brought, and you can tell me what to play.
So you have 3 Soul of New Pyrex, 4 Soul of New Pyrexias.
And since I
got a lot. Hi.
cast a non-creature spell, I get a servo.
I got
Yep.
a mono blue deck. I have
So these came in.
a Rakdos colored deck. I have Orzhov deck. I have the Geyer deck, which is I can't remember the term for it, but it's red, green, white. I have the Edgar Markov deck. I have a mono green elf deck. I have a 3-color green, white, and blue Arcades the Strategist deck. I have Savin the Chroniclasm deck, which is blue, red,
So
white.
here's what I'm gonna do.
and I have a 4-color aggro deck.
Make friends with gameplay.
Shut it. I am going to attack with 2
Or
6/6
just pick a box that you
tramplers
like.
Why do they trample?
because they
It's
trample.
indestructible. Oh, I thought it was just indestructible.
No,
Arcades
Okay, you got it.
tramplers
Sure.
and 1 flying copter.
How much mana do you have?
2.
Alright, cool. I'm gonna double block one of them and kill it and take 6.
Okay, double block with
I'm
what?
gonna double block the original with a 5/5 and a 1/1.
Okay, I didn't realize it was 5/5.
That's. Do you want to rejigger that attack?
Maybe.
Oh god, Arcades, really? Fucker.
Fine, I'm sending the 6/6 trampling artifact
I'll double block and kill it.
and then the flying one.
Take.
So, and then I get to draw a card.
Yep. Done?
Yes.
Sorry. Grimjin does not untap.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm gonna play a Nim Deathmantle. I should bring that up because you're gonna want to know what that does.
Something awful.
Yeah, I kill your creature and I get it back under the Nim Deathmantle as a zombie.
Non-token though.
My graveyard, sorry. Alright.
I just want to share the most bizarre coupon I've ever gotten in the mail.
What's that?
Nothing but cakes.
So you're
With
getting
Reverbos,
nothing.
all my creatures have lifelink.
Huh?
Are you getting
Yay.
nothing?
And I think for right now, I'm just gonna sit, have another turn.
It's a very decorative
Always
bunt
get
cake.
But
suspicious.
they're called nothing but cakes. Get it?
Nothing bunt. Oh, that's terrible.
Nothing
Wait
bunt.
for it.
Nothing but cakes.
Hold it under the thing.
Oh, okay.
Nothing bunt.
Nothing but cakes.
Oh god, that's terrible.
Horrible.
Oh, it's
It took me
ridiculous.
too long to get that. It's really bad.
You're sick. It's okay.
I said it sounds really bad. No, I want it.
But yes,
Yeah.
I got a free. You get a free buntlet, which is a
oh
thing.
my god.
A buntlet?
Is it a
It's
small
small.
bunt
I'd
cake?
like a buntlet.
Is a free buntlet.
Yeah. Oh my god.
I just put our
That is a
address on
terrible
screen. Sorry.
joke. Really? You just did that?
But
Publish
No
it.
one could read it. It's not our read's not that clear.
Yeah.
but yeah. So
I think I said I
Bunt
had
cakes.
11 mana.
The
I
pain in
I will happily make bunt jokes with you.
the pain in your voices is the icing on my cake.
Oh.
that?
Chicken to guy,
One of our
new viewers from the Florida area. So if you're a dude and you do something in Florida, I can say Florida man.
Florida dude.
What do I want to do? Because sitting is card, but all your creatures have lifelink?
Yes. And regenerate.
I don't care about the regenerate part.
Well, it stops me from dying.
Do you have flying?
I do not.
Okay. Except I don't want to use all of my flyers, because what if you have a way to make things flying? That'd be terrifying.
Yeah, right. I have a way to make the. Well, actually, I do.
Yeah,
Not well.
because blue, right? You have the one card that...
There's no non-zombies in here except for the Archfiend.
Okay, I am going to attack you for 6 flying.
How is it 6?
Because this guy gets +2 and
Who is that guy?
flying. The aerial engineer.
Hold on, I gotta bring it up.
He is a crafty bastard.
Aerial Engineer. I have no idea what the fuck that does. As long as you. Oh, so he's a 4/4. Shit. That's a
And
thing.
2-thopter.
I take 6 and go to 32.
And I draw a card.
Yep.
Haven't played a land per turn, so I'm now up to 12 mana.
Cool.
And I will. Just. I'm going to do things this way and tap 3 though to do Chief of the Foundry.
Yep.
So artifact creatures have +1.
Wow, that's a thing.
I mean,
You should have done it before combat, but.
Oh shit! Oh well. The things you learn.
Things you learn. You done?
Yeah, that's it.
Alright. Doesn't untap. Draw. Oh, that's a thing. I'm not worried about it right now. Alright, so first thing we're going to do is... Hey look! It's an Eternal Skylord! All of my zombie tokens get flying!
Ah, no.
I knew it.
And I amass when he comes into play. There's my amassed
knew it.
zombie.
So I think I'm dead. Like, if they're all
I
flying.
think you're dead.
Well, hold on. I'm going to sacrifice the amassed zombie to untap Grimjin. I did play another zombie, so that one comes in tapped.
No, you already played an additional.
No. So
Amass does not count as playing an additional zombie.
when I amass, I create a zombie army.
Oh, okay. I thought.
Yeah.
And when
you
I
already
cast the
played your
when I
zombie.
cast the zombie, I create a zombie token.
Is it cast or
Just
brought in?
get the murdering over.
Get the murdering over.
Yeah.
All right, hold on.
It's like get the murdering over.
Okay,
Just
so
murder me already.
Yeah,
Then-
because
I'm gonna
I only
He wants
have.
you to die slowly.
I'm gonna attack you for 7, and I'm gonna blow up the thing that gives all of your artifact. When it attacks, I'm gonna blow up the thing that gives all your artifacts +1. So it's a 6/6 attacking.
Wait. Why wouldn't you kill the one measly thopter that's keeping me? I have 8 life.
No, it's only my tokens that fly.
Oh,
Only my zombie tokens fly.
never mind. So fine, you blow up that.
Yep.
Oh, actually, what does the blow up? Is it
It-
sacrifice or destroy?
Sacrifice another creature to untap Grimjin, put a Grimgrin, and put a +1. When it attacks, destroy target creature defending player controls, and put another counter on it.
I can make it indestructible.
How? I thought that
Pay
only made
5.
that.
What?
I thought it only made that indestructible.
Permanents control gain indestructible to end of turn.
Sure, pay your 5.
Yeah.
Alright, doesn't get another counter.
Okay. 5 paid.
Okay. Alright. Declare blocks.
Sure, you can just regenerate it, but
Well, I need the 6 life.
permanents you control
Right.
are indestructible until the
So,
end of turn.
bounce it off
so-
anything. I will
yeah.
gain 6 life, go to 38, and I will pass my turn again. And hold on.
Actually, I'm not going to bounce it off anything because I want you
that
to
there.
specifically regenerate it. Like, spend mana to do whatever
Yeah,
you
you
need to
tell
do.
me what you want to bounce it off of.
So,
I pay the 1 black, regenerate it,
yeah.
and I gain 6 life. Pass turn.
Yeah. There we go. Untap.
Oh, and I sacked 2 creatures. I'm missing my Thraximotor triggers. And you, a creature, you was not sacrificed, it was destroyed. Never mind, it wasn't even destroyed.
Yep.
Okay.
It's you.
So
It's a Hester.
yes. As soon as I saw it, I'm like, yeah, you need both of those.
So
Yes.
the Coven House has a cat with 2 different color eyeballs, just like that.
Just like that.
Just like this.
Aw, a cute little kitty.
Cute little kitty. And I sent Cave Girl a message the other
You
day
look very cute.
that she could adopt another cat with the same 2 different color
No.
eyeballs that was also white. You could have a matching set of 2 different color eyeball kitties.
Oh, your tokens
You
now
know what
fly.
that would look
Yep.
like?
I only have 1 token though.
That would look
Oh,
like.
but this thing flies. No, no, it
Oh.
No,
doesn't.
it
The
doesn't.
Skylord does not fly.
Hester, I don't think is in the
how
room
big is it?
anymore.
Nope,
3/3.
together.
Oh, she's right there.
But they all regenerate.
Hester's
That's fine.
hanging out on the
Actually,
floor.
Sorry. I need to make sure I have
Out of
black.
sight. She's a rescue kitty, and she's challenging to love sometimes.
She's on Prozac.
I am.
She's on Prozac.
How many tokens do you have?
Just 2 right now.
Okay, then I'm sending 2 Thuppers.
But if you ever hear us meow, it's because
Cool.
Hester meowed for
So they're
attention,
2-2
and
right
we
now?
meowed back.
Yes.
Alright, I lose 2, I gain 2.
Sometimes you can see her walking in the background.
Then I lose 2, I gain 2.
Back
Well,
there.
That's fine, and pay your.
Pay 1 to regenerate.
Yeah, I guess you can do tokens, but
Yep,
I
they're
still.
zombies.
But she
Get
doesn't
a card.
usually like to be picked up.
No.
Picking up Hester is
Yeah,
bad.
no, that... Did we talk about the Prozac
I
already?
can do it and you can see.
Please don't. I don't want to be treating you. I don't want to treat you with, Yeah.
There will be scratching.
There she is. Just wave hi.
That's Cave Girl. That's not Hester.
That was not
3
useful.
Yeah, good for you. All 9 cats, rescue cats, good for you.
Yeah,
Wow.
awesome.
Okay.
Would you like to sit and hang out with us?
Briefly. Let me grab
That is
See, if I
it.
move out of the
Pass
way,
turn.
you might
Thank
see
you. Say thank you
Hester
for
on the
this.
floor.
Untap.
I'm almost willing to just let you murder me
Yeah,
so
we
we
just
can
want
get
to say, let's be
different.
done and get Jayberry back in.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, it's just
Yeah.
literally
We'll
a
have to
waiting
make her
game.
walk in
Yeah.
a different
What do you got?
direction. For you to
There
see
you go.
her
I'm
on
gonna
the
mass
floor.
another, and all my zombies have death touch.
Anyway.
What?
Amass again, and all my zombies have death touch.
Yeah, but I can keep making my stuff indestructible.
Soul Ring.
If you watch the
Like-
live, you might
Vagadium.
see Hester. Oh, you
Zombies
see?
get
You
death-
saw the floof?
Zombies get +1 in death touch again.
Creature tokens.
Yeah,
you
we're
can
just
throw
gonna
on
sit
that
here
face.
and
we
have a day talk for like
yeah,
an hour.
we like.
Oh,
So-
are you? Are you?
I
are
keep
you
making my
caving?
stuff
You are Warden of the
indestructible.
North. Merry Christmas.
All right,
Like-
they both win. I guess.
Like, he didn't have any cards that could hit me with, like, since I took the one card where he'd bounce it and take my
Right.
life
But
indirectly.
he's probably got a card in there that says destroy target creature, right?
Yeah, but it's
But-
indestructible.
Indestructible.
Yeah, so it
I
just.
pay the mana.
Exile.
He didn't have any coming up is the issue.
Oh.
Like, so we
Yeah.
would have sat there for, like,
Literally
another...
20 minutes.
Yeah.
The bonus hunger would have helped. Sack half your creatures rounded up. Alright. Are we doing Commander? Are we doing...
You know what?
We're doing
Tevio
Commander, right?
then would be good in this
Commander?
deck.
Yeah.
Because then she'd be like, I'm not sacking crap.
I've been asked to play commander, so
Alright, off we go. Then Commander tis, and I will choose one momentarily.
I think
Should
this
I
will be
try
our last
this
game.
again?
Yeah, try it again, so you can actually get to see what it does, because you were just oppressed the first hour
I mean,
of the game.
it
Yeah.
came back.
It did come
Yeah.
back.
Like, I have other decks with me.
Yeah, but if you want to test it out.
Yeah. I think I might take that one card out because I was like,
Which
I guess
one?
I have too many creatures in my deck to make that card.
If you're doing
really-
Super Friends,
Yeah. I mean, the list I base this deck on is like only 4 creatures, but I have a lot more creatures in my version because I wasn't gonna pay stupid amounts of money for some of the planeswalkers.
well, you can proxy them. We don't care here.
I know, but I kind of wanted to do my own thing a little bit. One floof is sleeping 2 feet from me. Aww.
I have different floofs.
NPC rescues birdies.
Yes. I like birdies.
She has a birdie cam too.
Yes. Birdies are good.
Oh hey, here's my signed copy of The Angelic Wall.
Nice.
So we went to Dragon Con, which is in Atlanta on Labor Day weekends, and we were wandering around the dealer's room, and NBC, who has a
Noticed.
great eye,
Like, hey.
noticed that this art was cool, and we looked at it, and then noticed that one of the pieces of art on the wall was
Like Bella.
Bella the Nightclad. And they were like, "You're a magic artist." Well, actually, he wasn't. The artist wasn't there yet. His wife was manning the booth. And he was coming the next day, and so we talked to her for a while, and she was really cool. And then we came back the next day when he was there, and we bought a bunch of proofs, and we talked to him, and they were really cool.
As soon as I come back in, we're gonna wish Vicky a speedy recovery because she's actually she went to the doctor the other day for something with her foot. So we're gonna say speedy recovery and send her the foot.
Okay.
This is the floof that I can't pick up. If you can see that.
Yeah, it's a white kitty with one green eye and one bright blue eye.
That
And
is the
she's
floof.
got like a toupee.
Yeah. Floofy.
That's the floof.
Yes. She's warming.
She's what? She's-
Better.
She's warming.
It's only taken her a couple of years.
Hey.
She's slow.
Yeah.
I can't judge. Like I said, my cockatiels. Like,
Yeah.
it took a while before
Hey, we
they
got the-
understood. Yeah.
If you take any of my cards, we need to make sure we know.
Oh,
We keep track.
yeah.
Because we are using the same sleeves.
Here she
Were you
goes.
there on Saturday at OatsCon when Tatiana handed me this? She's like, I want to take it back to California.
Yeah.
So
got- We got moonshine cherries. Cool
Look here, say hi,
sleeves.
people.
Hi. Look here. Hello.
Oh,
Floof.
she's gonna jump on the chair.
Table, she'll jump right in my spot.
I have a candy.
She won't go after candy. That's be like cheese or meat. You realize you're doing the thing like when you don't want her to do it, she will. If you want her to, she never will.
I know.
She's a cat.
She's sniffing your feet.
Yes. They smell like feet. Yeah, this hand's not gonna work. I see my life being the same as the last game.
Yeah. Come on, jump in the chair. Come on, do it.
Be the cat from
Take
the
a
meme.
stare.
Be the cat from the meme.
I know. Your cat could be the cat from the
I'm
meme.
trying to hold off coming back in.
Smudge the cat.
I have
That's the
no
name of it.
clue.
Oh.
I don't know. Who brought the huge... I can't... 1,000 for 100% Choco?
What is
Well, that's
this?
me.
Her name's
That's me.
Hester. Her name's Hester. As in Prim.
Mr. Prin.
Am I coming back in? Can I come back in?
Yeah, come back
she's on.
in.
Alright,
She's not gonna
fine,
do
I'm
it.
on the table.
No, she's not coming over the table.
Hang on.
I'm gonna put these back here, otherwise I will eat them all.
Yeah, I'll keep this.
I also have a Traxo with me.
Try it. I chose not to play my
Ooh,
attraction.
I'll get to play something
Ooh, wait a second.
that'll be fun. That
I
has
have Taser.
Try it.
I'm gonna play something that has a fun story to it.
Do it.
You know, when it's. I guess I get to go first, huh?
Yeah, you
All
go
right.
first. Or I have Glor Claw.
So,
I know what you're doing here
untap,
first, I
upkeep,
was like,
draw.
You should
I'll
make her go
play
upstairs and get the horns so that
planes.
she looks like her picture on the playmat.
Oh, wait. I have Derevi that I'm not sure works.
Alright, so I played a planes, and then I tapped it for a resolute watchdog.
Are you playing already?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I should probably get my deck out.
And
shuffle
I'm
it.
gonna tell a story
Okay, tell your
while
story.
you get your stuff together.
Oh, I forgot to shuffle in these cards. That were in
Okay.
my hand.
So, once upon a time, I bought my first original magic art, which was a sketch
Oh, right.
of. It was actually a sketch, 4 different sketches on one 8.5 by 11 piece of paper
Milosh.
of this card, Resolute Watchdog. It's
Here, hold
by.
it up one more time. Whoop, wait.
It's by Milivoje Seran.
Milvosh.
Milvosh
Milvosh Sharan.
Sharan. whatever. So he's a nice guy, by the way. So I have 4 little thumbnail sketches of what this card could look like, including this design. And then I got a signed copy of a foil version of this card.
Wait, what are you
And
Slimefoot.
a little, you know,
Saploids.
and a little like small print of
I
it.
just
And I had it all
replay
framed up all nice, and it's
Okay.
sitting
I
on
get
the wall at
bored.
home.
Gabe, really?
Yay.
That's a very cool story.
Yeah.
Alright.
Derevi or Teza? And
Whichever
Derevi,
one
I
you
don't
do.
even know.
Which one is gonna bring you joy?
I mean,
I feel red now, like I'm
Because I like dogs.
I don't
Cats
know.
are cool, but I like dogs more. And this is a dog. He's a good dog.
Fine.
He's a watchdog. He'll protect me.
The watchdog will protect you
Yes.
resolutely.
Yes, resolutely. Resolute protection.
I haven't played this deck recently. I've only played it once.
Oh, let's go through the commanders. So, no, we're not playing the Aerial Engineer as a commander. I am playing Slimefoot.
Uh-oh.
Slimefoot, the stowaway. So whenever Saproling I control dies, Slimefoot does a damage to each opponent and I gain life. For 4 mana, I can create a 1/1 Saproling creature.
Nice.
So there you go. He's one of the very few fun, uncommon commanders. He is nasty.
And he has flavor text.
He does! Alright, so what are you playing, NPC?
Derevi. And it's not like the horribly broken kind.
It's gorgeous
because
art. I love that
that's boring. But Bird Wizard. We were talking about birds, so birds.
Yep.
Bird wizard.
And you are playing...
Arcades the strategist.
Solid Plasma. I did not make him.
So wait, hold on. I'm literally playing black-green against 2 Bant decks.
Yeah,
Great.
you're in trouble.
Oh, that's gonna be fun. Right. Lucky me. Alright, fine. Fuck all y'all.
Yep.
I need a swamp. Or a forest, so I am gonna discard. Oh, fucking hell. You ready?
Is Slimefoot an uncommon commander?
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm gonna discard a Triumph of the Hordes for a,
Oh, wow.
for a forest.
Oh.
That way I won't have the cheesy I kill you with infect commander.
Yeah, I have a couple of uncommon commanders. I have Halar the Fire Fletcher and Arvad the
Fine,
Curse.
I'll keep this hand.
I like playing them.
Arvod's a shit ton of fun.
Aren't you gonna shuffle back in the
Halar's, I
thing?
think, a lot more
yeah,
fun and a
sorry.
lot more deadly.
I shall. Give me a
Because,
moment.
I mean, Arvad's cool because it's a legendary.
And Jayberry, yeah, you go first.
Oh,
Since you died.
I just went first.
Alrighty.
I already took my turn.
Okay.
I'm
Alright,
waiting
I'm
on
taking my
you.
turn, damn it.
She looked like a
Uh,
there.
I am gonna play a forest. Sorry, I'm gonna play.
Wait, where'd you stick that card you weren't shuffling?
like literally in the middle. So.
Yeah, both of those are from Dominaria.
I'm gonna play a swamp. I'm gonna tap the
I
swamp
guess so is
for a
Slimefoot.
Pyrexian Reclamation and just let it sit there and pass turn.
What's that
Is
do again?
Slimefoot from Dominaria
Yes,
too?
Slimefoot is from Dominaria, and I will bring
Yeah.
up the Pyrexian Reclamation. Wow, what the hell are you doing, cat? The light was shaking as the cat did something. I don't know what she did.
Oh, her tail. hit the-
Oh, her tail hit the light. That's funny. Alright, hold on, let me bring up the card. I played a... It's funny. Both games I played a Pyrexian card, like second or third turn. First or third turn.
So I drew an upkeep. I'm going to play an Evolving Wild, so I'm gonna crack
Delver, where's the Reclamation? Metamorph.
Oop.
Processor, there it is. The Reclamation.
it.
I
Of
played.
course. That's how it goes.
RK Post.
That's gorgeous too. Like, look at that.
Oh, that's art's nice.
So
Death is no excuse to stop work. Man, it's corporate America.
I played an Evolving Wilds, cracked it, and got my island.
Floof doing floof things.
Yes.
Floof.
Floofing. Floofing about.
Floofing.
Is anything like eating?
No.
Eat.
Me.
Shut up, millennial.
Yeah.
Shut up, boomer. I'm not a boomer, so.
I'm not a millennial.
I know, I just wanted to yell shut up millennial at somebody.
Okay, boomer.
I'm not a
You're not a boomer either.
Okay, Elker.
Elker.
I will remind you that I made an elk deck before they were cool.
and then Then Ryan and Maya's comment was, okay, Elker, of various
Elker.
versions. Alright.
Hey,
It's just
I
like-
made 5 colored dragons before it was cool.
So I didn't talk about this with Gavin, and I should have. Be like, you know, you realize you guys did Oko. I know you did Oko because elks were just useless. And you wanted to make the most useless thing in Magic fun.
Well, what about, like, bears outside of Goreclaw?
No, bears are stupidly... At a pre-release, I have
Gate
never...
Creeper Vine, go.
What is that?
I
It's-
searched for a basic land or a gate card. Which I'm not sure if I actually have any gate cards in here.
And
Shut up,
it goes
millennial.
into your hand. It's your turn.
Ayula would like a word, huh?
The bear.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, bears are
Well,
awesome.
yes, that's why Ayula came out. Like, things became bears. Like,
I will play
She's a
the
newer
Lightning
card.
Greaves in past turn.
great.
I'm sorry, what was that? I'm sorry? They're stupidly cute.
I'm going to put a forest, and then I'm going to tap 2 and play Kazandu Tuskcaller.
Ah, yeah. Man, I gotta read that again. Hold on, let me bring it up.
Yeah.
I forget what it does. K-A-Z-A-N?
Kazan. Yeah, there we go.
Tuskcaller,
Her.
right?
Yep. Oh, hello.
Sorry. Oh, right. She's the one. She makes... So are we all playing token decks?
Yeah. I
We're
think-
all playing like super...
No, she's not.
I'm not.
You and I are playing super duper token decks. Are you drinking mezcal?
No. Lemonade.
Okay.
I'm not. Like, I have a few cards that will do tokens, but not,
Gotcha.
like, crazy tokens.
Okay.
So, pass turn?
Alright.
Guess you still haven't
no.
found her.
Well, I can pick one.
Oh, God.
I found 2
What?
options.
One of our local game stores flooded again tonight in the rain.
Oh no!
Up in Glen Burnie.
Oh no!
Oh no!
We'll see how it goes.
I'm gonna have to clip that. Oh
And send it to them.
Hopefully
Alright.
not that bad.
no! That sucks.
Oh, put it in my hand. Burp.
Yep.
Not nearly as bad as last time.
Okay, good.
Brand new roof leak.
Ah.
I helped them do their
Pouring
least.
down the back wall of the stock
I
room.
helped them do their least too. What room?
The stock room.
There couldn't possibly be a shit ton of cardboard in that room. Cards, games.
Oh my god.
That's horribly
I
frustrating.
can't even fathom what would happen if, you know, a pallet of magic boxes got rained on.
I hope they have good, like,
They
insurance.
do. They do. I mean, and the building should be paying for it if it's...
Probably, because if they're responsible
hope.
for maintaining it.
Well, there's a lot of things at play, but we'll see.
I know. Leases are, like, damageable things. Everyone, read every bullet point of your lease, because that's how they get you.
So wait, are you telling me it's thunderstorming in Florida as well? That's amusing.
Also, take a lot of photos before you move in.
And you know what else you do? Like, one of the things that people forget, just take a video of all your possessions and throw it, like, in a cloud storage solution or in a fire safe. Like, that way you don't actually have to produce receipts or whatever. You can be like, here, look.
You still, unfortunately, like, in most cases, like...
You can take stills. So when we had our flood downstairs, I actually took stills of the video. Like, here, that's still, that's still, that's still.
It's still a little more complicated.
Wasn't that bad for us, but that was USAA.
Yeah. So, Banshee, we might get snow over the weekend.
Really?
Yes. It's gonna get cold enough to where...
I am Kodama's reaching and passing turn.
Last I heard it,
Untap.
they changed the model. We're not gonna get anything.
Oh,
Really?
okay.
Yeah.
I put a forest in play and a swamp in my hand.
It's gonna be north and west of here if there is anything.
Receipt so I suspect you're going to get replacement costs for that laptop if anything happened and it'd be like $1. So Chickeny Guy, if you want to hear the worst absolute story about laptops, a friend of mine, like 17 or 18 years ago, sold his Power 9 for a state-of-the-art, top-of-the-line Pentium 4 laptop for college.
Ouch.
Yep. And right now he could pay for all of college.
going
If he sold those cards.
to
Ouch.
put in a Seaside Citadel. I'm going to pay 2 to level her up. So she starts at level 1.
She starts
and
at
then,
0 and goes to 1. Levels start at 0, and you pay your first one and goes, yeah.
Fine. She's still a 1/1.
She is a 1/1.
Does anyone have creatures? You have creatures.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm definitely picking you for 1.
I haven't done anything yet this game.
Is she hasty?
I played her last turn.
Oh, I didn't notice. Sorry.
So.
39.
And then, oh right, I should reset my life. Past turn. She's gonna get free some boar creatures.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Elephant, sorry.
Oh.
Boar. Not elephant. It's been a long week.
Twitch crashed on you?
Arcades.
So the story was that, what was the word? A friend of mine sold his Power 9 for state-of-the-art, top-of-the-line, penny for a laptop.
Yes.
Oh no!
Yeah.
3, 4, 5.
Okay.
Path turn.
You realize now I'm going to have to make all the pain come your way.
I know. And I'll keep putting the. We could play that game.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, but
You know, I would have liked to have been
go.
drawing land every turn last game, but I was not. God. Pass turn.
Does this? I don't think that works because that means the changing.
Are you talking to
sounds.
us or yourself?
Myself. Myself. Always myself.
Guess what? It's kind of cute.
Chicken butt.
Want to get married?
Okay.
Okay.
So before I do this, I'm gonna ask you because it's gonna affect her because she's been messing with me.
Okay.
I don't do what?
So when I do this, like if I select the commander, it goes
The
back
command
to
zone.
command zone. But then she'd have to
Recast it.
recast it. So
And
it's
remember that creature, does that tap for mana or does it ramp some searches for you?
She already did the ramp. That
Okay.
one's done.
When it comes in, it doesn't tap for mana?
No.
No,
Okay.
I search.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she already
I
did
already
that.
did the searching.
Yeah. So I would, yeah. Well, I mean,
I
that's
don't
your
wanna-
only real choice.
Yeah, like,
Nobody else has a creature in play.
so I'm untapping this.
Ooh, sorry.
And
See, good thing I have a compressor and limiter on it.
then I'm going to tap 3
Okay.
to do a Fiend Hunter and basically exile your command.
Until that leaves play. So
Yeah.
you could either let the commander be exiled under it or put it back in the command zone.
Command zone.
Figured.
I only have things that bounce creatures in this deck.
That's good.
Let's see. And then from Hell's Heart, I stab at the. I'm hitting you for 1.
Me?
Yes!
Yes, you're being hit for 1.
You! The person who hit me for 5! Like me, I'm sitting here poking people for 1, and then it's like 5.
Well, because you don't realize that all the defender stuff hits with Arcades.
Oh
With
no,
its-
I
yeah.
do realize. So as soon as that happened, I was like,
Let's just bring
oh.
that up one more time
Yeah.
so everybody knows.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I
Yeah. you
Yeah,
know.
that fucker. It's also it's a stupid card draw engine too.
Yeah.
So I literally have an enchantment, an artifact, and 5 mana, and that's it.
Wow. Prairie Stream.
Come in tapped.
Nope. I
Why?
have 2 or more basic
You
lands.
got it. Here, wait. Can I hold it up? Just poke it. Look! You ate my chicken! No, displaced it. Displacer beast humor!
Okay.
Mentor of the Meek.
You got it.
And I will pay 2. Creature of power 2 or less came in. I paid the 1 to draw a card.
When? Oh, the wall.
Yep. And I will pass turn.
Cool. I am, before my turn, as an instant, playing Scatter the Seeds, putting 3 Saplings in play. And then I will untap, upkeep, draw. I will play a Forest. Oh, those are elephants. Sorry, they're Saplings, not elephants. I wouldn't mind having 3/3/3 elephants.
But no.
I think I'm gonna do that. Play a Falconwrath Noble.
What does that one do again?
Put Lightning Greaves. It's part of the Aristocrats set. If a creature dies, I get a life and assign a point of damage. I'll be
Oh,
pro.
that guy.
Oh, wait. Falconwrath, what is it? Noble. Sorry. Come on. Him. I like the purple.
Yes.
So there we go. I put Lightning Greaves on him. I am not attacking. I am going to sit tight and do absolutely nothing. And actually, fuck it. Pay for it that way, and then I'll pay 2 and play a Necrogenesis.
What does that do?
I will show you.
Because it sounds worse.
It is not.
You say.
I have to exile a creature card from a graveyard to
yeah,
create
I know
a
what
token.
that one is.
And on that note, I shall pass turn.
Okay. Cute. Raw. Okay.
I mean, you realize Arcades is coming back next turn, right?
Whatever.
I'm just saying.
Do I seem worried? No. I am not. Yet, at least. I just need to understand what I want to do. What do
What's
you
the
have
biggest-
about?
Me?
Yeah.
I've got 3 Saplings and a 2/2 Vampire. And 2 artifacts and an artifact and 2 enchantments.
Okay.
But if you're killing artifacts, I recommend you go for the wall first.
Oh yeah, but I'm not fussed at the moment.
Nope. Nobody's fucking with you yet. Bigger Blood Artist. Well, you know, it's a 2/2 flyer, but it's also 4 mana, so pretty much not seeing play in anything but Commander.
I think the way I'm gonna see to how do I want to do this.
What is she staring at?
Who
Is
knows
there a
what's
cat
out
out there?
No, I doubt it. It's probably more like a possum.
Oh,
Yeah, it's like Dr. Doolittle out there. It's like foxes, possum, deer,
Yeah.
raccoons,
That part,
you name it.
I understand. Okay.
Is the tail
Okay.
twitching?
Yeah.
Oh, nope, she walked away.
I love the fact that this song is called Mother of Harlots.
Actually,
It's very different than Mother of
that.
Runes.
And actually, I'm going to bring this card up just because it's hilarious.
Going to tap 2. I'm
Speaking of
going
Mother of Runes.
to level up my.
It is
Yeah.
the Mother of Goons
Oh
from the
my
Unset.
God.
I'm gonna level up my.
I think it's hilarious.
Lady, and I'm going to give myself a 3/3 elephant.
Good to have a 3/3 elephant. Elephants are your friends.
Yep. And then I'm gonna leave this beautiful 3 mana open because stuff and things.
And it's a blue, green, white.
Yeah, it is.
Imagine that.
Actually, although Derevi.
You need the 4th for that, right?
No, I
No,
only need
it's-
3.
Blue, green, white, and 1.
No, to play Derevi, I only need 3.
Oh, to play it. Oh, you can play it right now, but I'm saying, have you
Yeah.
passed turn yet? She's still deciding if she wants to play a commander.
I haven't drawn yet. I just untapped.
Why are you looking at girls in underwear?
Is this an ad?
Oh. I don't know. That would have been kind of hot.
When I tell you what the ad is for, you wouldn't.
Probably not.
Okay.
You know what? I am gonna play Derevi this turn. I'm not gonna worry about the other one.
Cool.
You only live once.
You only live once.
Draw.
That card, that deck, that has too many cards in its hand.
I know.
We need to stop the draw engine.
I only drew one card.
Your commander lets you draw when you play defender things.
Yeah, but I
You have
didn't
a
play
creature-
defend. I didn't get a chance to
I
even activate that
understand that.
ability.
I understand.
Didn't even get a chance.
Untag trigger tap. What? Ooh, that was pretty. Arcades is back.
Yep.
Arcades is back.
Yeah.
Hades is back.
Please send Mentor. I'd happily eat it for you. Unless is it like
If you attack, I don't care. Two things will die, and your mentor will die.
Mentor? What mentor? Oh, mentor the meek. I'm not attacking with that.
but maybe he has other ways to make it die. Actually, he stepped out and
No, I forgot that Falcon Wrath Noble can't shoot a creature. It only shoots players.
Yep.
Yep. Alright, well. Why not? Targeting DM.
Sure. Do any of them trample?
Nope.
I will block with 3 Saprolings and shoot you in the face for 3 and gain 3 life.
Okay.
Oh, it gains life too?
It's the Falcon
Yeah.
Wrath.
How do you gain 3 life from the Falcon Wrath?
Whenever a creature dies, I gain a life and do a point of damage to a player.
Yep. I just need to keep the Saprolings down.
Done?
Yep.
Maybe I will leave you alone for a turn.
Any creatures in graveyards?
Nope.
Nope.
That's unfortunate. 2, 3. I'm going to play Verdaloth the Ancient, kicked once for a Saproling. Verdaloth is a 4/7, and it kicks and brings 1 Saproling into play.
That's it? Does it do anything else?
It gives Saprolings and Tree Folk +1/+1.
There we go. There's more to the story.
Yes. So let me bring it up, show folks. It is not the Mother of Goons. It is Verdaloth the Ancient, Darren Bader. Woohoo! I like my Verdaloth the Ancient. Oh yeah, remember, you're not paying attention to the stream. Whenever you're, if Derevi's in, well, Derevi wasn't in play when she had your attack phase.
Yeah, or
Oh wait,
she,
when it enters the
actually.
battlefield, right? So untap your thingy.
Did you?
We missed a trigger. Thank you for reminding us.
What
to
did you
trigger.
attack with?
I would
last
have
time?
untapped probably that.
Did you
because I
attack
didn't
with
have-
that?
No, when Derevi enters, that also untaps,
Wait. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Got
and
it.
I didn't. So like,
Okay. Got it. Yeah.
I played it after I did my beast token. And that's why when you have more mana, it's like, okay, I'll create another beast token. Yay!
Okay.
Just not paying attention.
Are you done? What are you doing?
I'm passing turn.
Okay, untap.
Let's see, what color we want. Oh, right.
Black or purple?
Well, regular Coven color.
Ooh, interesting. Get my own name.
Yay, you got your own name tonight.
Yep.
Since you're hanging out with us on the stream. And you can get another elf at end of turn,
Yeah, you could have done that.
because you can tap it.
Yeah.
Oh, Thank you, friend.
That's why that card is ridiculous in that deck.
I know.
So when I did Derevi, I actually
But
did
I
did
keep
Derevi as
forgetting.
an elf tribal deck, and it worked really well.
Wow. Okay.
But I took it apart when Freylace came out and made that my elf tribal deck.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Protection.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Then, let's see. I will be doing a Terramorphic Expanse at the end of my turn. Because I don't want people to sit there watch me do this.
Yeah.
And then...
Yeah, Derevi is super, super competitive. Like, you can build probably one of the strongest top 10 Magic decks out of Derevi. In my experience, anyway.
I am tapping 5 to make everyone miserable.
Okay.
Oh, we're miserable already.
Acidic slime!
Oh, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
What are you gonna destroy?
The artifact.
Yeah, but your boots are tempting too for the thing that's basically pinging us.
All you have to do is do 2
Side.
damage to everything.
What?
Never mind. Whatever. I would definitely... Your call. I would go for the wall.
Let me look at your enchantments since you're the only one with that.
Well, no. You can kill a land, you can kill anything but a
Artifact,
planeswalker or a
enchantment,
creature.
land. Yep.
Fine.
Actually, if you kill a land over there, you stop Arcades for another round once we kill it.
Yeah, you say that.
That's okay.
No, it's in my hand.
Don't really care about this for now. I'm tempted about the bringing back to hand, but you have to pay 2 and
yeah, and
2
it's
life, but-
like it's mostly a token.
Well, it's a
deck.
life gain deck too.
No, it's
Yeah.
not. It's just got these in here to hurt you, not to help me. Like if it were a life gain deck, I would have put an Exsanguinate or something in here.
I
What you gonna choose?
think I want the wall gone.
This.
Yeah.
Okay. My turn.
So that came in. Does anyone have flying?
Yep.
Yes.
You do have flying?
2/2.
Yep.
I'm not gonna block it, but I would sit tight and.
But attacking with Derevi means I get to untap something.
Yeah.
Well,
you
I would make the.
Well, yeah,
Thing.
you're right.
Make the elephant.
Maybe I shouldn't have played
Make
this
the
yet.
elephant.
And then
Attack somebody with Derevi. How big is Derevi? 2/2 or 2/3?
2/3. Does that have death touch?
It does not. I'll just take the 2. There you go.
Okay.
Untap it and make another elephant.
Yeah. There we go.
There's my Derevi death token.
Oh yeah, that's fact it's not killed.
Oh no, I have died to Derevi death tokens.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Well, because
Okay.
nobody
Now
wants
I'm
to
done.
take the.
And I'm gonna search for this. My expanse. Okay. Although I don't
Oh, this is gonna be a problem.
know what I need. Ah, that's what I need. Right?
Reliquary Tower.
Yeah.
Yep. No maximum hand size. Imagine that. That card couldn't possibly. That deck couldn't possibly have got card advantage.
No, not at all.
So let's see. Wait, what's going on over there? Let's take a look at your play state. So we got an Arcades, we got a Mentor the Meek, and we've got a Gatekeeper, or whatever it is.
She's definitely getting friendlier.
Oh yeah.
Is that thing Death Touch, or can you make it Death Touch, or is that not
What?
even a thing with that Hound?
This.
No,
Sack
it protects.
Resolute Watchdog. Target creature gains indestructible until end of
Ah,
turn.
there you go.
3. I
She's
drift
saving
of
that for her
phantasms.
commander.
Oh, the Drift.
I draw a card.
Honestly, I would probably, what's the word I'm looking for? Transmute that.
Really?
It lets you go search your library for anything that's that casting cost. Oh, sorry. I typed in transmute, not drift of phantasms.
But she can
But I
also
have to
do
put it in
5
my
in the air
hand.
flying.
But what I'm saying is, there are a lot of things in that deck that are really tasty at 3 mana.
You don't necessarily. That's
Are you
her
kidding?
deck type she built, though.
I've seen it.
I haven't played it in
Yeah.
a while.
It's okay. If
I'm
it's in
just
play, it's
gonna
in
go
play.
with it. Wall of Denial.
Yep. Hold on, I don't know what the Wall of Denial does.
It's a 0/8 defender flying with Shroud.
Oh, it's that one. The worst thing in the deck. The 8 something that does 8 damage.
Maybe
flying.
the thing that cost 3 was already in my hand.
Right. Yeah, that's the thing that I probably would have gone for.
Yeah. But it doesn't have haste, correct?
It does not.
No.
Neither
It's
of them
functionally
do.
an 8/8 right now.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right then.
Oh man. And what do you have over there?
A 2/2, a 2/2, a 4/7, and a 1/1.
Ouch. Oh, and I'll pay 1 for the Wall of
I
Denial
would sit tight to hold
draw
on
a card.
I would sit tight to try to defend against the army of elephants.
Yeah.
How many elephants do you have now?
4.
It literally is an elephant army.
Yeah.
Pass turn.
Alrighty then.
So combat damage. So when we're attacking, they are still defenders, correct?
When we attack, they're still 8. The flying thing is still an 8/8.
Oh, okay. Good
Yeah.
to know.
Alright, untap, keep draw.
Yeah. Basically, it assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power.
Got it.
I'm gonna Vulturous Aven, and when it
What
comes
does that
in, Vulturous Aven, it's a 2/3 flyer, and it has Exploit. I'm gonna Exploit a Saproling, and when it exploits a creature, I lose 2 life and draw 2 cards.
Okay.
So I will exploit my Saproling, go to 38 and draw 2 cards.
Kitty.
And then, how big is Arcades?
3/5.
God. It booty bumps with a plump booty. That's hilarious.
That's awesome.
Oh, and a creature died, lose a life, I gain a life.
What creature died?
My Saproling that I sacked.
Exact.
Then I'm playing a Golgari Signet, and then I'm tapping those 2 for Fists of the Ironwood.
Oh boy.
What does
Um,
that do?
Sexual?
Fists of the Ironwood. It gives target creature trample and brings in a Saproling when I cast it.
Ugh.
I'll bring up Fists of the Ironwood. I said fist. It's fisting a clock.
Oh.
Wait, fists or fists? Fists. Nope. Fists
No,
of
well,
there's no
both.
the Fists of Ironwood.
I was gonna say that was my guess.
You guys have
Fists of
any
the Fungusaur.
nuts?
Fungusaur.
Actually, I'm gonna wait.
I'm
for
gonna
you to finish.
sit.
You created 2 tokens or just 1?
Oh, create 2. Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
Huh.
Read the fucking RTFC.
Yeah, read
Okay.
the card.
Are you done?
Fist of the Fungus Star.
I'm actually gonna
Yeah.
give it a shot.
Okay. I love you.
Alright, but remember, we're supposed to say hi to someone?
Oh, right. So let me.
Alright, switch the view.
Hold on. Well, hold on. I'm gonna do one thing real quick.
Alright.
Let's see.
Pause your turn real quick. We forgot to do DM forgot to do something.
Because that has to be in the background when we do it.
Oh.
So we're gonna say hi to Vicky Williams, who was having an issue with her a foot, and I hope everything is okay. So everybody say hi to Vicky, and
Hello.
we're sending you good wishes and hope you feel well.
Feel
Hi
better.
Vicky, we
And
hope
we'll
you
clip
get
this
better.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
We enjoyed you at Dragon Con. I hope you
Yeah.
remember
Yay.
us.
All right. Anyway, back to the game.
Okay. So untap.
And Banshee says best wishes too.
Yay.
Keep. Draw. Okay.
And Chicken Guy says get better as well.
Yay! Thank you guys for helping. It's Vicky Williams, Alan Williams' wife, who is
Yeah. Who was awesome.
she is the I'm not gonna say better, but important half of that. Like the management, holy shit, you need to be here on time and not be sleeping under your table part.
I am playing Temple of the False Gods.
Yay.
I have 5 lands, so yay.
Yes, sometimes you do a lot of partying at Dragon Con. And then sometimes you sleep under your booth's table.
And then sometimes artists behave like stereotypical artists, and they need someone who actually like understands business to run their lives.
Yes. Also, we met their daughter, who was basically running around being a little entrepreneur gopher for every booth around her and making like lots of money.
Yeah, you know, like literally, you have Alan Williams and someone with like a shit ton of business sense. She's gonna be scary when she grows up.
Yeah.
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 So everyone's tapped out. Yay!
We're all tapped out.
Fencer.
Which Fencer?
The Sojourner. I haven't seen that one before.
Is that the one that whenever you cast a spell, you destroy something?
Exile target permanent you own, return it to the battlefield under your control at the beginning of the next
That
step.
one.
Ah. Oh, it's the flicker. It's the flicker
Yeah.
Fencer.
Bouncy.
No. The ultimate is whenever you cast a spell, exile something.
Ouch.
Yeah, that needs to
That's
die
gotta go.
fucking immediately.
That's gotta go.
Which is why I'm like, you guys are tapped out? Yes.
Well, I think there's enough flying
It's
over there
gonna
to deal
go.
with it. Yeah.
It's gonna die. Next turn.
That card is what made me loathe
but the interesting
Planeswalkers.
thing is,
Even
I'm
more
going
than
to
Liliana.
take this up, and guess what? When it comes in, your commander is gonna go.
Oh, what right now?
Well, like at the end of my turn, because I'm basically saying that this goes.
Oh,
into
you
exile.
exile it, it comes back.
Yes.
Every turn she gets every turn she gets to bounce something.
How big
Yeah.
is your flyer? Or well, first I'm doing this, and then writing
Yup. That's
myself.
an awful thing.
And then I am going to. How big is your ship again?
My what?
Flying.
2/3 and 2/2.
Okay. So you could double block Derevi,
I could,
but you're probably.
well, no. I'm sure I'll block it with the Aven. I don't give a shit. It drew me 2 cards and it's a blocker. I don't care at this point.
Okay,
And I might double block it just to kill Derevi.
yeah, but then I could kill your noble.
Sure. But remember, I have a thing to put it back on top of my library and draw it again and draw 2 more cards.
Guess I'll wait against my better judgment. Okay. Yeah. So then this
I'm
comes
not
back
bringing
in
that
the
up to her.
battlefield. What? Hang on. -1. Hang on. Wait, what?
Yeah, you look at the -1.
Unblockable.
Yeah, I mean, come on, look at the -1.
Let's go
Think
back to
about
that.
it.
Fred.
Think about that for a second.
Yeah, this is the card that made me loathe Planeswalkers.
Yeah.
And remember when I said that earlier?
Yeah.
So, but the issue is, yes, you're not wrong.
You do all
But
that
right
damage to me,
now-
but then it will die. Yeah.
Yeah, like, so how much mana do you have currently? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So, yes, you could recast your commander next turn, but that would be, like, the only mana thing you'd be doing next turn.
Yeah. But I'll still kill it. And I'll kill it anyway.
Yeah, so you're gonna try to kill it anyway. So I just have to decide what's gonna end up being worse for me, I guess.
All I'm doing is assembling a blocking army.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's literally what I'm doing right now. I can't really do fuck all else. So. VP? No, it's frontline. Shit, I thought this was VP Manifesto.
Yep. I'm still gonna bounce your commander. And then, because you're gonna kill it anyway, so.
Yeah.
And then. Yes, pass turn.
What do you need? 10 to play it or 8?
8.
No, you have it.
Yeah, I have it. I will have it.
Yeah.
Alright, let me put it this way. I will have it.
Yes. I was about to say, she has to play land for turn.
No, man, not at all. Good night, Banshee, by the way, and
Good night.
Chingy Guy. You should subscribe and do this to them every Thursday.
Yeah. Yeah, we enjoyed talking to you, man.
Yes, it was great.
Or woman, or person. Person?
Person is safe.
Person is safe. Human.
Unless you're an alien.
Human?
Like,
Woman. Woman.
Who is it? What is it? There's something, There's somebody that I can't think of and watch them say female without thinking of Quark. Female. Human. Sorry, never mind. One of my clients, his name is Yumon. Y-U-M-O-N. I'm like, dude, every time I think of your name, all I can think of is Quark saying Yumon. Man, there you go.
At your planeswalker.
I'm so excited.
I just can't hide
There you
it.
go.
I know.
Because
Sorry.
I'm going to cast this super fun, cute Death Toucher and block the big one. And then I'm going to block with the Revy.
All right, wait, you flashed. What is it called?
The winged.
Winged Quaddle.
Yes. Thank you. I was like, coattail. What?
Winged QU.
No, it's C.
Oh,
Like you're spelling coat.
I'm actually spelling
Alright.
Quaddle, like real. So you flashed in your 1/1 Flying Death Toucher.
Alright.
And then
Nice.
the Revy dies. So you get to assign 2 points. Is it your creatures or any
creatures.
So
I will
2
gain
points.
2. Jayberry, take 2.
Although you still have flying to fuck with my planeswalkers.
I am not. Well, oh god.
but...
Oh yuck. I don't have enough to kill your planeswalker.
Did you make elephants?
Yeah, I made one. That's why it's still
It's the
tapped.
elephant army. Here, wait, I got elephants in here. You're gonna need them. So grab a 20-sider. Grab 2 20. Basically, you're gonna need to do tapped and untapped elephants.
I guarantee I'm not going to end up with.
I
that
have no
many
board wipes in
outfits.
my deck.
Oh.
Just that I
Jayberry might.
share.
Like.
I know
don't
she
remember.
does. I know
She's
she
got
does.
like what is it?
Here, have 2
it's
shiny elephants.
Damnation, the one.
No,
that's
the
like,
one that makes you.
What is blue white that exiles?
Oh no
everything?
no! There's better stuff in that deck that actually is destroy every creature with power greater than this, and she'll choose a
Yeah.
wall. So destroy everything that's 1 or more, or that's power 2 or 2 or more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like Mah.
What's your biggest toughness power right now? 1.
Mhm.
What's your biggest power right now? 1 or 2?
These are
3.
elephants.
3. Oh yeah. So you probably don't want to do that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Dictate is almost a board wipe, yes. And there might possibly be an entire suite of Dictate of Erebos, Grave Pact, and Butcher in this deck. Maybe. If I could fucking find them.
Okay. So currently have 5 untapped elephants.
My card draw engine is not
pass
really...
turn.
Oh, are you done?
Yeah. Obviously.
Alright.
I didn't realize you were waiting
Untap,
for me.
upkeep, draw. Oh, that's a thing. Oh, fuck it.
Do you mind if I open your peanuts?
No, go ahead. There's better ones up on top of the fridge, like the nice ones from Virginia Peanuts. Whatever.
I don't want to eat your nice peanuts.
Yeah, but they're gonna go out for game night anyway.
The nice peanuts?
Yeah. All right, I'm all alone. The ladies left me. They're in the kitchen looking for food. They are foraging.
Water.
All right, I am playing a Tender Shoot Dryad. Is anybody gonna counter this? No, there's no mana
Okay.
available.
Yeah.
And I am gonna put the boots on that immediately.
What does that one do again?
It it poops me out a Saproling every upkeep.
Sorry, chicken D guy. Food.
All right.
Yep. And it makes your chaperlings big.
Yep.
Wait,
And
do you
then-
have the city's blessing?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15,
Yes.
16,
Yeah.
17. Yeah.
Yeah. Just a little bit.
And then I shall play Slimefoot.
New
How much
target.
mana do you have?
I don't know, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Oh, okay.
I have not missed a land drop, and I have an artifact.
So what you
And I ran
doing?
for the Crozet. What I am going to do right now is... I'm I'm gonna fucking sit because there's a fucking elephant army right there.
You should grab another elephant so you've tapped and untapped.
I'd give her.
Yeah. There's only one there.
Well, they're all untapped right now.
Right, and she's got another one for when they're not untapped. So I'm gonna sit tight. Sorry. Pass turn. Go.
Untap.
Yeah, I have the city's blessing. I think I have the city's blessing almost in lands. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 in lands. Sorry, 9 in lands and a Golgari signet. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 20. I literally have 20 things. I had 18 when I played it. So I'm good for right now. Yeah, I'm sitting all right. I mean, if there's a board wipe, great. I'll just throw around a bunch of damage, but other than that, pass the motherfucking turn. Why don't I get this and pour them in a bowl?
Probably.
How about I just pour those in a bowl for you?
Maybe. Do I have to?
Aw, Mom.
I feel like I picked on you a bit.
Who's your biggest threat?
I mean, I'm not suggesting I'd go after you again, but I'm wondering if we could possibly come to some sort of truce.
I mean, I can't let that get off. I
don't
can't
wanna
let that
remember.
get up. You know that.
So, and you're the one with flying, but he also has flying.
No, I've got
He has one.
2/2.
Yeah.
Fair.
He hasn't enough flying to.
I'm literally trying to get a wall going over here.
I mean, if your commander was out, he could have at least brought that down a little bit.
You need to
Maybe use
forage
it to
yourself.
kill. If he chose to attack that, which he should have done, but he didn't.
Oh, why didn't you remind me, goddammit?
Well,
What?
do you want to take it back?
It's already my turn.
Yeah, I'm not. That would be unfair.
Well, by the way, yeah, Christ.
Hey, look, if she taps all the elephants, we'll take a shit ton of damage, but she has no blockers.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Like,
She's not an idiot.
right. So I'm not that fussed about unblockable things.
What's your snack of choice? Chicken?
Oh, wow.
Well, then, since you're saying my commander can't live, more cowbell, please.
Sure.
So, I'm tapping up Venser to exile target permanent.
Okay.
I'm gonna tap this because elephant.
Nope.
I'm going into my instant,
Oh, I'm sorry.
which
I got a sap rolling during your upkeep.
brings this back in and commander bounce again. Like, and then pass turn.
You're not gonna play your commander?
Nope.
Sap rolling during your upkeep.
Because the cost, I can basically, it's like flashing it in, right? Or do I have
You
to
can
pay?
flash it in any time,
Well,
and it gets around the commander. Oh, pineapple's awesome. I would
pineapple.
kill for pine. You literally made my mouth. I'm eating peanuts, and you made my mouth. Yeah, I would kill for some fucking pineapple.
I can eat pineapple to the point it makes me
My
sick.
mouth hurt. It still makes your
Like,
mouth like.
Yeah. It's like, why is my mouth bleeding?
Ow!
Ah, more pineapple.
Is your boy coming tomorrow?
We'll see how he feels after coming home from California.
Oh, is he? He's not. Is he on home now? Suck.
So,
I would like to play the sub hunt game again and make sure we actually choose the right square.
so we can't call you Cheaty McCheaty Face?
Exactly. Or
I
like,
Honestly,
ADHD person.
at the end of the day, like, who knows? It really doesn't matter. It's a game. Like,
And thus are the repercussions of playing games with people who have ADHD.
I would know nothing about this.
I'm assuming she's building to the alt. So we're gonna have to try to do something about that.
Who's building? Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I
Wow.
mean, why not? Well, so to be honest, the reason I keep ticking him up is because it keeps her from attacking me with defender creatures
Yeah.
that have a better chance at killing my planeswalker than his does, because I have an elephant army, a death toucher, even this guy, which, worst case, you know.
Right.
You know. Is it my favorite option? No, but
1, 2, 3, 4.
hang on. I need to run to the restroom. Well, this is
Go upstairs.
Oh, okay.
Get girl showering.
Oh, okay.
It could be true other ways. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy.
And pass turn.
Alright. I
Played,
guess separately.
so I played an Axebane Guardian and a Azorius Signet.
What does the Axebane do? pull that up real
Tap
quick, I
it,
forget.
add X mana and any combination of colors to your mana pool where X is the number of creatures with Defender I control.
How many creatures with Defender do you control? AXBAN.
Axebane. AXE.
Axebane.
Guardian. 4.
Cool. So it taps for 4 mana.
Yep. Of any combination.
Oh, Jesus. No, that's not helpful. Oh, wait, hold on. I had 2 mana before my turn. I'm exiling this thing for an extra Saproling. It's 5 that are able to attack. I'm going to gain a life. And we're going to need her.
Okay, what's happening to me?
Something.
Okay.
Also, I just should note that I played that.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm attacking you for 20 worth of Saproling damage.
Okay. Do they have trample?
They're all 4/4s.
Do they have trample?
They do not.
Great.
Hold on, and 2/2 and a 2/3
Flying?
are coming at
Do they fly?
Fencer.
Do they both fly?
Yeah, the 2 flyers are going to Fencer. So she's going to flash in her commander.
Help me.
So, 5 Saprolings and a 2/3 and a 2/2.
Okay. So I am tapping 4 to bring in my commander.
Yep.
How many Saprolings?
5.
Great. I am going to tap 3 to no, that's not gonna work the way I wanted to. Shit. Should have counted my mana. How bad do I want things?
Or you could just let Venser die instead of us.
How much
So remember
damage
Derevi
can you
ETP
do?
trigger.
Well, it's only 4, right? Is it 4?
What?
Flying damage?
It's only 4 flying damage.
So won't I?
Remember, watch your stream.
Yes.
You're forgetting your Derevi
Damn
ETB
right.
trigger.
So, but I haven't done that because I'm trying to decide how badly I want to do things. And the thing that's doing the Saproling stuff.
Has the Greaves on it.
Yeah. Yep.
That will never not have the Greaves on it.
You know what? I'm going to undo something because reasons. So Derevi may go back. How much damage is Spencer gonna take again?
4.
Okay. I can live with this life choice because if he's gonna have to die anyway.
You just don't get the every time you cast a spell you exile something. That can't be allowed to happen.
I mean, that's fair.
That is right now, that is our main point. Jaybury and I need to stop that from happening.
Okay. I'm going to tap 3 to bring in the Leonin.
Leonin Blade Master.
Yes.
Yep.
And then I'm going to tap 2 to essentially say, okay, I'm going to sack it and deals 2 damage to each attacking creature without flying. I'm assuming your Saprolings
Sure.
don't have flying. And then I'm going to block.
All 5 of them.
Yeah.
Cool.
And
All
yes, I know you're going to hit me in the
Take 10
face.
damage. They die.
How big are the saplings?
1 damage from Slimefoot, 1 damage from that.
Oh, fuck, I forgot.
Slimefoot's
Slimefoot.
in. Do you want to rejigger that again? Every time a Saproling dies, each of you take 2 damage.
Each of us takes 2?
Yep. Whenever a Saproling you control dies, Slimefoot the Stowaway deals 1 damage to each opponent and you gain 1 life.
Okay.
And then this is the...
But I would take 10, she would take 5.
Correct.
So, actually though,
And I would gain 15.
I'm going to have 5 Elephant Dive. So that's actually 5 points of damage because...
And that's another 5 damage.
So you take 15.
So you're
Hang
going to
on.
take... Yeah.
Wait.
No, she's going to take 20.
No, I'm not going to take 20.
Oh, they're not Saprolings, right?
Yeah,
so you take
like...
15. Yep.
No.
Each one, right.
Like, hang
Well,
on.
I can divvy up the...
How big are the saplings?
The Saprolings are 4/4s.
Yeah, so
But the
it's
elephants
still...
are...
Or 3/3s,
they're
actually,
like
unless you start double blocking. Yeah.
No, because I do the 2 points of damage to your ground Saprolings
Oh,
and
right.
they die.
They're going to die when you block.
And that's
But all
why
your
we're
elephants are
talking
gonna-
about, like, the pain of
Do
damage.
you want to rejigger any of that? Just to be clear, I'm attacking you with 5 4/4 creatures that when they die, I gain 2 life,
So, but the issue is, if I let them through, what are my options?
20 damage. Right.
Yeah, like, so I either pick them off now, or I still take 20 damage later. So, you know what? Fuck it. Ride or die.
Ride or die, bitch.
Like... So, and I don't take 20 points of damage.
So
I
you
take
take
15.
Yes.
And I
Like-
take 10.
Yes.
How is she taking 10?
Whenever...
That's fine.
Oh,
She's
you're going to
still,
take 5. 50...
You're assigning...
No, it should be...
You're assigning... Unless you're splitting this
These
up...
5 are going to die.
That's fine, and that's 5 points of damage to
each
both
of you.
us.
It should be 10 and 5.
And then you have
Yeah, it should be
10,
10 and
to
5.
assign. 10 points of damage to assign. To whoever.
What are you at?
I'm at 30.
After the 5, I'm at 28.
28. So let's even you guys out and be like 6 and 4.
So I'm taking 6.
And you're taking 4.
Okay.
There you go. Merry Christmas. I'm trying to not be that big. And I gain 14.
Except
15,
when you're trying to tack on like
36.
5 damage for no good reason.
Because I'm done.
And that goes down to 3.
That's fine.
Alright. And then... what shall I do now?
Well, you already attacked, so you can't.
Right,
do
I'm in
that
my
again.
second main. It's a creature or a artifact?
Artifact.
Gotcha. Do you have any creatures in your graveyard?
Steel Wall and a Wall of Denial.
I will make 2 Saprolings. Exile them, please. Pass turn.
Okay. Peanut tastes interesting.
What do you
That
want?
can't be good.
Tastes interesting? I don't want to touch those peanuts
A
now.
peanut that tastes interesting is probably not a good peanut.
Okay. I drew planes. I went ahead and played it.
No, I got a Saproling during your upkeep.
Oh.
Tender Shoot Dryad's awful.
Is that what it does every turn? It makes a
It
sapperling?
makes a sapperling every turn.
And it's a creature?
Yeah. And if I have the city's blessing, all sapperlings get +2/+2. Which I do. And I'll have it for the rest of the game.
Yeah. What artifacts and enchantments?
I'm gonna
do you have
tap
in play?
this.
The Necrogenesis
and-
is the one that let me exile creatures from your graveyard to get sapperlings. The
let's
Perks and
see.
Reclamation is pretty strong too.
What does that do again?
It lets me put a creature from my graveyard on top of my library.
Here, I'll lay this out so I know what my.
You ate about a pound of pineapple? Rock on, dude.
Oh yes.
Wow.
I'd be down.
The DM who abides agrees.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Come on, man. I'm wearing a bathrobe. The DM abides.
I think this
And if you watch next week, I will have shaved the beard off and I'll look 20 years younger, which is ridiculous. But
how
You're gonna shave your beard off next week?
I only grew the beard for the gravitas it gives me when I teach.
Okay.
And I did the Elixcon classes and the Luca, so now I can just be an idiot, you know.
I'm tapping
Middle-aged dude
4
again.
and I'm bringing Derevian and I'm untapping this and I'm gonna tap it again to get myself an elephant. And look at this mana that's left open here. So good. Now I need to decide what I want to do with Fetzer.
Two of those elephants can attack, right?
Yes.
One.
No, one.
Yeah. Alright, so yeah.
So I only had
You're
one.
certainly not making things unblockable.
What does that fisty thing do?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Jayberry, quit that shit!
I can't. I won't.
What does it do?
What does that fisty thing do?
Okay, so it gives
The
that
creature has trample.
big ass creature trample. Okay.
I don't care. I mean, it literally just all it did was make 2 sapperlings.
It's definitely fisting o'clock now.
It is definitely fisting a clock. Are there any creatures in any graveyards?
Not
exiled
mine.
them.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I can't use the Necrogenesis to make creatures.
No.
And that has to be from your library.
No.
I thought it did.
Creature card from a graveyard. From the
Oh,
graveyard.
okay. Yeah. I'm not so worried about that. Like,
It just exiles things and you make a sapling?
Yeah, it's... Here, I'll bring it up again.
You exile 2 creatures and you make a sapling?
No, 1 creature, it's a different card. This is the one that's 1.
Meow.
The mono green one is exile 2 creatures. I think you have it in your elf deck.
Oh, okay.
It actually kind of looks like a Scott Fisher with all the stuff he was telling us about the creepy shit he used to put in his paintings.
I'm
Yeah.
taking
That was really cool.
Fencer up to 5.
I'm glad I watched that again
What did
because
it
I
do
wasn't paying
to take up?
attention for some of it.
I exile and
And
then
return.
it comes at
Yeah.
beginning of my X step. And your chaperlings don't have trample?
Nope.
And what is that other thing?
This is the 3/2 flyer, or the 2/3 flyer that I attacked Venture with last turn.
Yeah.
Delayed flicker. I like that. That's actually a good term. It is delayed flicker.
I am going to bounce this.
Yep. Comes back. What does it hit?
Ends up your enchanted trampler.
Poof.
So it's exiled.
Yeah, but if that comes back in, it actually does other things.
Oh right, never mind. Keep that.
You probably want to hit either one of the tokens that can never come back, or the thing that's doing damage when everything dies.
That's true.
Or the thing that taps for 5 mana or 4 mana.
Can target creatures.
Yeah, but I think we like as long as Venture kind of stays in his place.
Yeah,
I think we've got
Slime. I can
troops.
just play Slimefoot again
Like-
next turn. Slimefoot's 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm not bouncing Slimefoot. Because, like, it's a joke. But one of those tokens seems appealing because it just evaporates. Yeah, one of the tokens.
Poof.
Because they're big.
Poof.
And I need enough elephants to protect.
Alright, my turn.
Yes.
So we're gonna see Arcades again this turn.
Maybe.
You have enough
I need one more mana.
Really? Even with the tapping?
Oh, wait, yeah.
Yeah, you have way
forgot
more
about-
than enough
forgot
mana for
about that.
Arcades. Peanuts.
What if I choose to do something else? You don't know.
Then do something else.
Do something else. Maybe I will.
Maybe you will.
Maybe I will.
Oh, I've got options.
Yeah. Try to slow him down.
Me?
Yeah. Yeah, you. Me? I'm so sweet and innocent.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Alright.
I can't let you kill Venser. I don't mind him getting knocked down a peg or two.
I mean, I couldn't kill Venser.
Yeah, she could. If
Please,
you play your
God, kill
commander, you
Venser.
would.
But
But
no, I
if
couldn't.
you attack me,
I couldn't. Here's why I can't kill Venser.
No, you can.
I only have one flyer,
Right.
and you have
oh,
Dorothy.
you're right.
So
sure, let her block with her commander.
Okay,
Like,
I've got options.
let her eat her cards up and her mana up.
I'm gonna do the other thing. You can take care of Venser.
I will do my best.
If it
Problem
hurts
is-
me,
The problem is I'm not going to be able. If Derevi is not in play. Yeah. Anyway.
Everything's a tough choice right now.
Yes,
to
it
be
is.
honest.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got a Saproling during your turn. Why do you think I put the Greaves on the Tendershoe Dryad immediately?
I can get rid of the Greaves,
Okay.
but
2, 3.
I mean, you could have gotten rid of everything. You know, you could just flicker your acidic.
Wait,
Yeah, I
hold
know.
on. Never mind. I'm fine. I forgot I had a thing.
Oh, are you wearing your little Star Wars sleepy shirt?
I'll hold that. So how many defenders? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There.
Uh-oh, what are you playing for Arcades?
Arcades. Response?
I'm considering it because is it coming at me?
Well,
Yes! Well, it's coming at Venser, probably.
Probably a Venser.
Well,
Or not.
I mean, it is or
Well,
it isn't.
do your thing.
Yep.
It probably is.
Of course it's coming at Venser. Venser's the fucking hugest threat on the board.
Fine.
It's the hugest threat I've seen all night. Well, at least you get to draw cards.
So
It's countered.
my next turn I draw 2 cards?
At the beginning of the next turn's upkeep, you draw 2 cards, she draws 1, and it's
Okay.
a counter spell.
Okay.
Done?
Yeah.
Alright.
So it's your upkeep.
Oh, before my turn, I will
So
put
I
another
draw 2
sapling in.
cards?
Before my turn, put another sapling
So I
in.
draw 2 cards?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now we untap. Sapling in for the turn.
So wait, what happened at the end of your turn? Or at the end of my turn?
I
You
had
just
4
did-
mana with for 4 mana with Slimefoot. I could make a sapling.
Okay. Got it.
And
Alright.
you had 4 mana?
I did. I was sitting on 4 mana.
I see.
Hello.
Oh, hi. I don't even know what streaming program that is.
That's Mixer, I believe.
Oh, hey, Zulu Zach.
No, hey, Zuzak.
Sorry I missed you.
Yep.
All right, so what am I gonna do? What to do? I've got 5 4/4 saplings, so something's gonna happen with those. Cards in graveyards?
None.
You mean creatures?
Cards, period.
3.
None.
You literally have no cards in
4.
your graveyard.
You exiled my only 2 cards from my graveyard.
Alright, well, Bajuka
So
Bog,
nice.
exile whatever the fuck's in yours.
Okay. Then.
Then, you know what, just cause I'm annoyed at this point. 5 4/4 zombies.
You
Yeah.
mean Sapperlings?
Sapperlings.
Sorry. 5 4/4 saplings and a Vulturous Aven at Venser.
How big is the thingy?
It's a 2/3 flyer, and then 5 4/4 creatures.
And I don't have enough to block any. I'd have to throw everything.
And I'd be fine with that part as well.
I would not be fine with that. Because that would be less fun. Although, how big is the flyer?
Hey, Bunny.
Hey, Bunny.
How's Whore Island? Go back to your home on Whore Island. Private joke.
How big is the
Excellent
flyer?
spirit deck. Ouch.
Oh, it's awesome.
How big is the flyer?
2/3.
Okay.
Whore Island is saucy. I am glad Whore Island is saucy.
Whore Island's always saucy.
So I actually have Pestilent Spirit in a red-black Rakdos deck. We're playing Commander, so one of any card, blah, blah, blah.
You know what? They're all going at Venser.
Yeah. Just let him die.
Yep.
Let him die. Thank you.
No. You're not welcome. What else are you doing? Like.
I'm gonna pass turn.
Okay. Untap.
Okay, I took Venser's gone. Venser's now dead.
Yay.
All right. So there's 5 tapped and 2 untapped now. Yep, red-black Pestilent Spirit deck. Rock on.
Okay.
I have no idea if you what you identify as, but I was gonna say Mana from Ruin Heart, but red-black Pestilent Spirit is a lovely, lovely Rakdos burn deck. And I will bring that up just so people know what we're talking about. So the point there is, all of your instant sorcery spells have Death Touch. So if you cast an instant that does 1 damage, it's 1 Death Touch damage. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Nice.
gorgeous art too. I love that art.
Flyer.
A 2/2.
I wonder if you want it gone yet.
Fuck no. I will happily take 2 damage flying.
2 damage from Derevi.
I take here's my Derevi death token. I'm up to 4.
Yay.
And what am I untapping? Oh wait, hang on. Sorry.
Make an elephant.
And then untap the elephant. That was the obvious choice.
I'll untap that. There you go.
Yeah.
And Derevi is now tapped.
Yes.
You have 4 elephants. Oh, 5 elephants.
Yeah. Because.
He didn't
And
know.
obviously you did not attack, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. What am I doing? Who do I dislike more?
I dislike
Not me.
Come on, you love us both. Just who's annoying you more?
Yeah. Like, who has.
So if you don't play
Taking my
Commander,
life
we play
miserable.
Commander every Thursday night. You'll get
He is,
tons of
but,
suggestions.
Like, the card that I have is more effective for you. Like, and it would definitely keep you from murdering me with, like, your
Tap
big
that
things.
elephant.
I don't have any big things anymore. I have a 0/5.
Yes, which is.
So
I'm
What
not
is
a
your
0/8
demand there
anymore.
again?
I am actually playing. I am playing
And you
a.
can double block it with 2 elephants and it won't matter.
I'm playing Slimefoot,
flies.
and this card is
Oh, yeah,
selling
it does
for 21 cents. So let me
But
tell
you're
you,
not my-
What does he do
you
again?
can get a 21-cent
That's
commander
55
that's pretty
life
good.
over there. You're not
You know what?
the main target.
Hang on. He gains life?
What?
Never mind. I'm just gonna do this.
He's at 55 life over there.
Just say thank you. I mean, he's not playing blues, so I don't think he can counter this.
I can't counter anything.
Dark Seal Mutation!
Enchanted creature is a 0/1 insect. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, I'm gonna make two sapperlings before that happens.
How?
I'm paying 8 mana. Before it triggers, I'm making 2 sapperlings with it.
I guess
can't do
if the
anything
stack
about that.
works that way?
Yeah, it's in response to you casting the spell.
Okay, fine.
It's an instant effect, I think.
Sure.
It works.
Yep.
I think.
But we
Oh,
won't
you
be
got a
less-
magic box? A box of magic cards?
Ooh.
Sure, bring
We
them
should
down.
do that on the stream.
Actually, we should do it on the stream at
Yeah.
MagFest in literally 2.5 months.
So,
Or a month and a half.
Or when next
Like
time you're
7
here.
weeks out to MagFest.
so I will. I don't know. Going through an entire box of magic cards, that's
We'll
a
do
different
it on
kind
the
of
stream. Yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it with you at MagFest. Maybe not
Yeah.
on the stream.
On the stream, that'd be kind of
Look,
boring.
oh god, says the general counsel of MagFest. So MagFest is a
Yeah, it's
music
a
and gaming festival
hang
in Washington
on.
D.C. There is anything you ever wanted to do with regard to gaming, video gaming more precisely, and video game music. It's a shit ton of fun. Bunny, was that appropriate? So by the way, Rad Rach is Bunny.
Yeah.
Okay, so I am tapping 5 and also playing a.
Oh, well, I mean,
Divider
you need
Spirit.
lands to make things.
Enemy deals combat damage to a player, you and that player.
Oh, what is that?
Draw that many cards.
You and that player. See? Let me damage you!
What was it?
A diviner spirit.
Diviners or Diviner?
Diviner.
Ooh, that's creepy ass art.
We can be friends.
We are streaming on Mixer, LinkedIn, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch,
And
Periscope, and like 1 or 2 others. But
yeah.
there's 8 of them, and one of them, Mixer, is not up right now because they need to redo the stream. I had to redo certain things, so.
Alright,
But we do it all
I'm done.
concurrently.
Sorry, past turn.
at the end of your turn. I'm gonna-
Yeah, we're streaming on LinkedIn. There is
Yes,
literally a
Sylvan
Coven MTG
Reclamation.
LinkedIn account.
Sylvan Reclamation on both of those.
Sure.
things.
Poof. They're exiled.
Yep. And now I have a card in my graveyard.
What doesn't matter now?
I know. Untap.
I wonder if I have any way to get Fencer back. That'd be sweet. Oh, so
LinkedIn
cool.
is what is LinkedIn? I'm not even gonna answer that one. LinkedIn is a LinkedIn is a social media marketing site in the United
More
States.
for business.
Hey, Captain Harris.
Hello.
It's been a while. How you doing?
Now I'm cold.
Yeah.
You've been like hot and cold and hot and cold and hot and cold all night.
You're
I'm clammy.
sticky.
I'm warm in this thing.
But you're too cool for school, so you
Well, I'm
can't.
trying to, you guys weren't
Fit in
feeling
with
well,
me.
so I was like, all right, we're all gonna have pajama night.
Alright, do I get Arcades? Do I get to
I
keep him? Okay.
have no way to stop him.
Okay. Just wanted to check.
Ah.
Tapped out.
It's like a resume with connections.
What flying do you have over there?
It's a 2/2.
That's 2-2. Okay.
I am not coming at you.
Yep.
Have to kill your friends in Magic sometimes.
Yep.
Gonna try. Oh, wait, I forgot.
By the way, I guess like if you really didn't have anything else to do, that's the only time that would get to 6+. Like it'd be like I have nothing else I can play. Level up.
So I've been super stealthy over here. I'm swinging at you for 40 damage worth of Saprolinks next turn.
Oh, Jesus.
Are they trampled?
Jesus
No.
Christ.
Okay, well I can block several of them. And Slimefoot can't do damage to me now. So yes, I realize you can assign like 5 points of damage or whatnot.
Yep.
Well, actually, yeah. So that's okay. It just means I get to go home.
And I draw 2 cards.
I get to go to bed earlier than expected.
And
Kill your friends with a smile, a goat army, and an army of fungus.
I want a goat army.
I am literally killing them with an army of 1/1 fungus
Although,
creatures.
if you keep me around for a bit longer, I'll continue to fuck with them.
I'm not gonna attack you. 5
You're out of
flying.
your mind if you're... Okay. Sure. I'm at 50.
Why is she out of her mind? You're at 50.
Because I'm concentrating on you, you know.
That's fine. But
Yeah.
you're at
Pass
50.
turn.
Yeah.
And she's at 24.
Alright, so there are 10 saplings here. 1 that I cannot attack with that just came in.
Like. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
I'm gonna Crozen Grip and disenchant my commander.
Fair.
You can't counter it anyway.
Yeah. That's yours.
Thanks.
And then...
Is that exile or destroy?
Destroy.
It's destroy. Okay.
And then I'm gonna play Poison Tip Archer. Whenever a creature dies, each opponent loses a life.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna
And this
swing
is
at
how
you
the
with
game
20
ends.
damage or 40 damage worth of saplings. 10 4/4s.
Oh, you're probably dead anyway.
Well,
The
let's see.
fungus!
So you block
I go
5
block
of
5.
them. And then...
That was
So
DM's
that
evil
would
laugh.
be 20, and then he'd
Yeah.
assign the damage. So you know what?
There are many fungus
I'm not
among
gonna
us.
let you get damaged by his shenanigans, because
Okay.
what happens is he already has enough to like basically kill me, and I'll be like, oh, you blocked with some, so I'm gonna assign 4 points of damage, and then guess
Yeah.
what? A bunch of damage is coming your way.
I love the plant army too.
So I'm just like,
Are you just
Yeah.
gonna take it and die?
probably. Well, so the issue is, I would basically be hurting her chances of like doing damage.
Oh,
against
so
you.
we are indeed playing arch enemy.
Well, I'm sorry. You
If you
just
can
swung
prevent
40 plants, 40 points of plant damage at me.
You can
That's funny.
prevent as much...
So if you're
Damage
watching on
directly
Facebook,
to
by the
me,
way,
keeping
just go to your
alive.
Facebook page, click on Coven
might be able to
MTG,
do
and there's a video
something.
there that you can
Well,
watch
I
live.
mean, I'm gonna die. But
Thanks, Bunny.
I mean, I could take out 1, and that would only do 2 points of damage to you, but you'd have 1 less for Zapperling. I'm not sure that makes your life any better, but
Yeah.
maybe. Because you'd only take 2 points of damage, but he would gain 2. You know what? No, I'll take all of it.
Just gonna die?
I was gonna die anyway,
Gotcha.
but the point is, I'm not allowing you to do damage to her.
Fucker!
I'm also not allowing you to gain more life.
Okay.
So,
Oh, wait. So nothing died.
yes.
Alright.
That was the point.
Jay Bray's upkeep.
I'm not sure it'll save her, but maybe she has a board wipe. Oh, but...
If she board wipes, she dies.
no,
Yeah.
she'd still survive.
No, that's 10, 11, 12. She's gonna take 24 at least if she board wipes. Thanks, Bunny. I appreciate it.
I almost tried to shuffle Duravian.
So if you want to do a 60 or like a little variant, you can
No.
after this? Okay.
No.
Well, I think we're just about done, because
Yeah.
Yeah, had you not drawn the thing to kill my enchantment, that would have helped some.
I had it in my hand most of the game.
Well.
What I drew... Oh, sorry. But what I drew was a land. Oh no, what I drew was a poison tip.
Huh.
Actually, if she board wipes, she takes 3 points of damage for everything that dies.
Yeah.
Well, then, if she had the one exile,
If she had an exile,
card, I was
sure,
thinking
absolutely.
of. What is it called? It's the blue-white one that I'm thinking of. It's got like the.
Oh, if you can exile all saprolings, that's the thing. The
Ooh, yeah.
the enchantment, exile target creature and everything with that name.
The
That would be
same
a
name?
problem.
Oh yes.
Yeah, there's a wizard
Actually,
that does
do
that
I
too.
have that in here?
That should be in there if it's not.
I lie. Because flash is important.
I have a doorkeeper
What does a
and
doorkeeper
a
do?
wall of tangle cord.
Oh, okay. I know did it yet.
I draw 4 cards.
Jesus. No max hand size.
Yep.
It's not gonna help me.
Hey, why'd you look? You guys are
Matter.
close. Hang on. Do I have it? I have a Kasmina. Ooh, or this be nice. Wash out.
That would have
Like-
yeah, all green creatures. That would have fucked
Yeah.
her too.
I would have been like, ah, bye.
I use that card all the time.
Um,
Yeah, all green creatures would have screwed us.
Portcullis Vine, draw a card.
God damn it.
Pass turn.
Alright.
that's still a lot of mana. Open.
Alright. Oh, I put another sapling in before my turn. I have 4 right here. Alright, fuck it. Let's just begin.
Alright.
I'm gonna swing at you for 13 times 4, so 13 4/4 creatures.
Okay.
Or this would have been good.
Does that kill you? How many blockers do you have? 10?
So if your creatures die,
If my creatures die, they do 3 points of damage to your face.
Unless you have something to like bounce his
Thank you.
commander or
Thank you, Chicken Guy. That's 52 damage if you don't block any of it. But she's got a shit ton of blockers.
yeah, but if your stuff dies,
That's the problem. If it dies, it hurts you. If you kill it, it does 3 damage to you. And gives me 3 life. So, alright. Nothing to see on my side of the table because it's literally just 13 saprolings that are
and they're
4/4.
4/4s.
Yeah.
I did add a slightly mean one.
I love that card. If they all die, if every one of my creatures die, it's 39 damage.
Unless you have a way to bounce one of his things that's causing damage.
Yeah.
I think the only thing I can do is this and try to figure it out.
Sure.
See what
So
happens.
3. See if I find it. Stay alive.
So you're tapping 3 to,
To do an unbreakable formation.
which is
All my creatures are indestructible.
sure.
So
Do they get bigger?
no, because I had to do that during my main phase.
Oh, right.
So
But they still might.
So we
and
bring
we
that up
have
so people-
13 4/4s.
Whoop, sorry. 13 4/4 creatures.
Alright. So
Yeah, I don't have.
So that's what you played.
yeah, so none of my stuff can die. At least
Yep.
by blocking.
So you won't take
All
points
right.
of damage based on that.
So I'll block 1 sapling and it will live.
Okay.
I'll block.
So 12. You got 12 left.
Alright. I'll block another sapling and it will live.
11.
I'll block another sapling and it will live.
10. The sapling lives?
Yep.
Yes.
Don't they do damage equal to their power?
Yes, but
Yeah, but
she's
they're
picking
small.
the little ones.
Oh, okay.
3, 2, and 2.
Okay. So
Alright.
now we're at 10.
So that was 3 saplings.
That's 13. So now we're
Okay.
at 10.
I'll block 1 and the sapling will live.
Okay. 9.
I'll block
Use that.
another sapling and it will live.
8.
Alright. And so I have
So right now
1,
there's
2, 3.
40 damage.
I'll block another sapperling and it will live.
Okay. 7.
So how many sapperlings left?
7 left.
7. So there was 13, right?
Yep.
So that's.
So 7 left. Okay. 1 sapperling will die.
1 dies. Can you keep track of the die, please? Hold up a finger.
Yes. So
Okay.
she's gonna kill 4.
I'm gonna kill
2,
4,
3, 4.
and they will die.
Okay, so 3 get through, so that's 12 damage.
At 12.
And
Okay.
then 12 damage. Crap.
And then 4, 8, 12, 16 damage.
Well,
Oh,
I
no,
tried.
3, 6, 9, 12.
So it's still 12.
Alright, well, I'm still dead.
Yeah.
You did.
Tried.
There was no way to get around. I started having the
This
the
is
aristocrats started to do their thing.
Yeah.
all I had. Nothing would have saved me.
No. Because that would have killed you. Because
That
you
would
would
have
have
killed
made
me.
them bigger.
Yep, I
Yeah.
couldn't bar the door.
Right, because
Actually, you could have played this to see what you drew.
Try it.
No. For
Not
us,
helpful.
That wouldn't help.
Yeah.
Um.
I did my maximum draw ability and left some mana open to...
Jesus, you had enough fucking
I
cards in
could've
your hand all
drawn-
game.
Yeah.
So honestly, the Tender Shoot
I
Dryad,
would've- man, if I had drawn that earlier.
Yeah,
I
that
would've
would've,
lived,
yeah.
the Tender Shoot Dryad in combination with Vertiloth,
Mm-hmm.
that gave everything all this Sapperlings +3/+3 was deadly.
Yeah.
If she had not been attacking me with her commander each time, I probably would have killed that.
Well, you were
I
a
would've
bigger threat
felt
earlier. Venser was
that-
the biggest threat
Yeah,
this
so-
game saw.
So,
But she attacked you before you played Venser, I know.
but not even that. Venser, even with it ticking up, you guys were picking it down enough
Yeah,
to
we
where,
had to.
like, it wouldn't have been the issue you are behaving like it's going to be. Like, I would have spent my time killing the Dryad, which is the thing that killed us.
Well, yeah,
but I
the Dryad
couldn't
was the biggest problem.
because
Because of the boots.
well, because I could have killed your boots, and then I could have like
Which-
focused on that.
What were you taking care of instead? Oh, you
For
were taking care of
commander.
the... Well, yeah, if you didn't, you would have died to that. I mean,
Yes.
Yeah.
so...
No
All right,
good
well,
choices.
we're going to land a little early tonight because everybody's kind of sick, which is why we're wearing bathrobes.
Yeah.
Yep.
The flood has consumed all. No, I'm sorry. The refuse heap has crept up and grown fungus all over everything.
I guess these zombie tokens
That's
are
true,
gonna hide
that.
into Revi for me to be.
Fine
Good night,
later.
all.
Hey, thanks
Good
for
night.
watching.
Thanks for watching.
yeah.
We hope
we-
you join us next time.
And please subscribe, follow. We
Yeah.
We also have a Patreon, so if you're on Patreon, please check us out at Coven MTG.
Yeah.
All the other social medias, you know.
Yeah.
and all of the social medias, and
We do this, every Thursday. So thanks for joining
and we
us.
should talk about what we're gonna do on Thanksgiving.
Oh, that's a Thursday.
It is indeed a Thursday in 2 weeks.
We'll figure it out.
We are.
And
Good night,
let
Bunny. It was
everyone
good.
know.
It was good seeing you, and we will
Yeah.
see you next Thursday.
Yeah,
Keep
check
everyone
out our cool
posted.
rewards.
Yep.
Thanks,
do have fun rewards.
Thanks.
Thanks, Chicken
night,
D
folks.
guy.
Good night,
Yeah,
folks.
yeah, hang out with us next time. You were fun.
Yeah, you were fun. You knew stuff.
Cheers, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Where is?
Stop
Where's
streaming
the
is
stop
harder up
There
there.
it is.
Bye.